What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, July 16th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours, bringing you live coverage from SEC Media Days in Atlanta, Georgia. On today's show, we will recap Texas Day. We've got some sound from Steve Sarkeesian and the contingent of Texas players who were here in the ATL yesterday. We'll run down some of the biggest storylines for Texas and every team who's been represented over the first 2 days of SEC Media Days. We will also preview day 3 going on today. The Oklahoma Sooners will be here this afternoon, so we'll talk a little Oklahoma football as well. Big recruiting day, huge recruiting day for the Longhorns. We'll discuss that. We'll get into the MLB All-Star Game. And I've got some photos from the Hotel Motel Not So Holiday Inn that I've been staying at for the last couple of nights. So plenty to get into in the world of sports and beyond back at our original time, 7 to 9 a.m. Good to see you, my friend. How are you this morning?
Good, man. Good to be back. Good to be back on with you. I know you've been busy down there in Atlanta because that's your third home. New York is your second home. Atlanta is your third home. Trying to make a move to be your second home. Wait a minute. First of all, Austin, your first home. Dallas, your second home. Houston, your third home. New York, your fourth home. Atlanta, your fifth home. They're number 5, but they're trying to work their way up to get into the top 3. It looks like. And how was the Atlanta trip? That forsaken used to be at one time. I think Atlanta was Atlanta the capital of the Confederacy, or is it they call it the capital of the South? I think they call it the capital of the Confederacy. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm trying to get, because I'm a historian.
Yeah.
And, history says that I should know that Atlanta was the capital of, I'm going to say the capital of the Confederacy.
Okay.
I hope I'm not screwing up Virginia or something, but I think it was, they either called it the capital of the South or the capital of the Confederacy.
Yeah, I'm here to tell you I have not seen any signs around the city that say former capital of the Confederate States, Atlanta,
It doesn't
Georgia.
say that at all.
I did see a sign this morning, like a banner hanging that said, the college football capital of the world, Atlanta,
Yeah, well, that's
Georgia.
for damn sure.
And, that feels pretty self-appointed, but considering how many big games keep getting played here and how many big events keep getting held here, feels like maybe Atlanta can stake a claim to that. They're bragging more about that one than they are about maybe being the former capital of the Confederacy, Buck.
No, they don't have, is everything peach? Is it welcome to Peach Street, Peach Avenue, Peach Boulevard, eat a peach?
A lot of peaches. The hotel I'm staying at is on Peachtree. I think it's called the Inn at the Peach Trees. So they really dive in head first to the Peach State moniker that they've got.
Very nice. Very nice. Like I said, I've been to Atlanta a few times. I've never been totally impressed with Atlanta. They've got like an underground area there I'd rather be in the underground area in Washington, D.C., where the rail system is there. It's clean as can be. It's cleaner than the above part of Washington, D.C., so I always like to travel underground. Then again, I'm kind of an underground guy. You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean by that? Like underground tunnels that my people are supposedly hanging out in?
My people like the Underground Railroad. You know what I'm saying?
It's true. You guys were the originators of the underground travel. You beat my people to that one. Well
so
done.
So you've never been in D.C.? You've never been in the transit, the underground area in D.C.? It's so clean underground. They do more underground in the D.C. area than they do above ground. They don't mess with above ground. They just let that be shit. But
you're talking about the subway? The subway system?
The system underground, yeah.
Yeah, I've done that in D.C. It's been over a decade, so I can't really remember what it was like. But I do remember it being nicer than what they've got in New York, for sure.
Oh, well, oh my God. That thing was flooded the other day. That bad boy was underwater again.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, they had lots of, when the rains left us, they went, they're up east right now. So New York catching it, parts of Pennsylvania, Virginia, they're getting it right now. But looks like everything is nice and dry back here. It's humid. I mean, hell, it's almost August. I mean, that's what expectations are for us. So I got no complaints. Cloud cover's been out there. So, but I got a deal on my phone yesterday. It said it was only 66% humidity. I'm like, who the hell? I'm not the weather of a humidity, but I wasn't buying 66% yesterday.
No. Well, I wasn't there, so I can't speak to it, but it sure has felt like higher than 66% humidity most days this summer back home.
Oh, dude, my crotchal area was just damp.
Oh, yeah,
It wasn't
you were
even moist. It was
dude,
damp.
you were really feeling it. You weren't just like walking around doing normal stuff. You played a round of golf yesterday.
Played a round of golf, and it was cart path only.
Oh, no.
So, with my life alert on my wrist, I just checked, I hit my exercise deal. I walked almost 6 miles yesterday, and it was on a course that was flat. Dude, that's a lot of walking. And you know what? It was still beautiful. It wasn't really bright and sunny, but humidity was up, and it wasn't bad. It was a great day to be alive. It really was. It was absolutely fabulous yesterday. And you were hanging out with your buddies from Auburn yesterday. That group, that class clown group.
Dude, Auburn fans and Auburn media are ridiculous. They're nice people. Like, I've had plenty of off-air conversations with folks who cover the Auburn Tigers, and they're very nice.
Last year. They were nice guys to talk to.
Yeah, they're very friendly, but they are the biggest, like, card-carrying members of the SEC. They are the stereotypical SEC fan base, or at least their media makes them seem like they are the stereotypical SEC fan base, because they, have talked so much trash about Texas being the new kid. I walked by an Auburn table here on Digital Drive, as they call it now. It's no longer Radio Row. It's now Digital Drive, because we're in 2025, and a lot of people are like us doing the digital thing. And I just overheard a conversation. They were talking about Texas. They were talking about Arch Manning, and they're like, man, this Arch Manning guy's so overrated. Like, he's only played 2 games. He hasn't played a real team yet. I don't know why people are talking about Texas. Hey, co-host. Hey, Jim Bob. Did Texas win the SEC last year? Oh, no, that was Georgia, wasn't it? That was Georgia who won the SEC. So I don't know why Texas is coming in. And I'm like, you guys are Auburn. What have you done? Like, just be lucky that you don't have Texas on your schedule this year, and you didn't have to play Texas last year, because Texas would be kicking your ass right now.
Yeah, they are the group with, everybody has a class clown. They are the class clown. I'm now going to consider them the class clown of the SEC. That's what they remind me of. They're telling the jokes, not doing anything, being funny. Everybody's saying, shut the hell up. What do you do? That's them. And good luck with that quarterback this year. And as you said, hey, do us all a favor. Try to beat Baylor in game 1, will you?
Yeah, we'll see if you can get by Baylor in week 1 of the season.
That is such a – they were funny last year. I just thought there was something about them that just once they got, like you said, once they got on air, it was all about Texas. It was never about them. They're just kind of cruising along, hoping they can win a game here or there, and waiting for the Iron Bowl at the end. That's all they wait for.
They're riding the coattails of the SEC, and it's crazy because Auburn's 2 biggest rivals are Alabama and Georgia, and those are the teams that keep beating them every year, and those are the teams that keep winning the SEC. You would think, like, maybe they're rooting for Texas to beat them because, it's not one of their biggest rivals. But no, they're like these flag-carrying members of the SEC. Oh, we got to protect the original SEC, and Texas is the new kid on the block, and we can't let them come in and win this league. And it's like, root for your own team. Don't root for your own conference. I'm still trying to figure out this SEC thing where it just feels like people care more about the conference than their own team. I'm like, dude, if Texas can't win, I don't want anybody to win. But Auburn is like, man, as long as Texas and Oklahoma aren't winning stuff because they're the new guys, like, we're okay. We're perfectly fine with that.
We're okay. We stink, but we're okay.
Yeah, that's a loser mentality right there. Like, that's Aggie fan stuff.
That is fanboy kind of stuff, no doubt about it. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. To all of you and to all you first responders out there, thank you so very much for the job that you have been doing all over the state of Texas. We do appreciate it, and do be careful out there.
Yes, indeed. All right, day 3 from the ATL. A lot to get into in the world of sports and beyond. Appreciate y'all starting your day off with us. Buck, we've got some sound from Steve Sarkeesian in his press conference yesterday. We got some Texas recruiting to dive into, as it was a massive day on the recruiting trail for the Longhorns. Where do you want to start our Texas football conversation this morning?
Give me the recruiting trail, because there's a lot of people who love to hear that news, because that sounded like some, in a June and July where it was just kind of so-so. But for other schools, it would be great. But for Texas, it just seemed like, sounds like some great news yesterday.
Yeah, an unbelievable day for Texas recruiting yesterday. Early in the day, I'd say around lunchtime, Texas picked up a commitment from the #1 linebacker in the country for the class of 2026. The 5-star Tyler Atkinson, ranked as the 9th overall player in the class. He committed to Texas over Oregon, Clemson, and Georgia. And,
Wow.
oh, by the way, this guy plays his high school football in Loganville, Georgia, which is less than 40 miles from Athens. So this is a guy that Georgia really wanted. Georgia was a finalist, and Texas was able to go into the state of Georgia for the second straight year. Remember, they did this with 5-star defensive lineman Justice Terry in the 25 cycle, took the top-ranked player in the state of Georgia and brought him to Texas. Now they do it again in the 2026 cycle with 5-star linebacker Tyler Atkinson. Obviously, nothing official yet. Pin hasn't hit paper. Signing day isn't until December 3rd.
That's right.
But, I mean, what a pickup, Buck. A 5-star linebacker, the #1 linebacker in the country, and going into Kirby Smart territory and taking another defensive player away from maybe the best defensive mind in the sport. It's pretty damn good.
Well, I watched some film of him yesterday. Dude, that guy reminds me of a young Derek Johnson. I mean, he's long. I mean, and he can absolutely go. He understands leverage. He understands when you get to the ball. And, boy, does he bring it when he hits, too. And he'll hit through. If there's another tackler on a body, he's going through the tackler and the other body. I mean, he gets after it, and his length is really good in pass pro. He can back up, back pedal. He's got everything. He's got great agility.
Yeah, he's really fast. I mean, he's a little bit undersized for your stereotypical linebacker, but obviously important to remember that he's still in high school and he's going into his senior year of high school, so plenty of time.
What does it say? Is he a 210 guy now?
Exactly. Yeah, he's listed at 6'2", 210 right now on the recruiting sites, but he's got a frame that looks like it could put on 15 to 20 pounds.
Oh, he looks like a 230-pound killer dog. I mean, like I said, he looks like Derek Johnson looked when he first got here.
Yeah, I mean, he's fast, and some of the numbers he put up, he's playing 7A Georgia high school football, which is the equivalent of, 6A in the state of Texas. And you think about how much talent there is in the Peach State every single year.
Yes.
I mean, maybe per capita, there's more talent in this state than any other state in the country. This guy, as a junior last year, how about these stats? 166 tackles, 32 TFLs, 13 sacks, 3 pass breakups, and an interception. And, oh, by the way, he helped lead his team to the state championship here in 2024.
That's a great get right there.
Yeah, and then 2 years ago, how about these numbers as a sophomore? 197 tackles, 25 TFLs, 10.5 sacks.
That could not have been good for Kirby to be up yesterday and have that news hit him.
Oh, he was pissed. He was pissed. And look, Texas was here yesterday, but Georgia was also here yesterday.
Yeah.
So a Georgia kid committed on national TV. Tyler Atkinson announced his commitment on Pat McAfee's show yesterday. So everybody saw this Georgia kid, the top-ranked player in the state, choose Texas over UGA, and that was right when Kirby Smart was here doing his media circus at Media Days.
Wow.
Yeah.
And how did Auburn do? What did they do? Were they in it at all? Have they talked about we had them? No.
Auburn has the lowest ranked recruiting class in the SEC right now, even below Mississippi State and Kentucky.
Wow.
I mean, Auburn, as we turn this into like the dunking hour on Auburn, I'm going to pull up like Auburn's 2026 recruiting rankings. Forget just last in the SEC. Like they are below a bunch of teams that are not good at all.
Wow.
I mean, they're not even in the top 50 right now in recruiting. I'm scrolling down. Clearly, I'm stalling to try to figure out exactly where Auburn ranks for their class of 2026. Okay, here we go. Auburn is currently the 78th ranked recruiting class in the country.
78?
They are below teams like Miami of Ohio, Fresno State, Colorado State, UNLV, Sacramento State, just making the transition to FBS, Appalachian State, Duke, Kansas, Vanderbilt, even your BC Eagles have a better recruiting class right now.
There's no chance.
Oh, yeah, than Hugh Freeze at Auburn. He got asked about his golf game yesterday, and he's like, it's no big deal. I don't have to defend my golf game. Like, I'm coaching, and then golf is my hobby. What's the big issue? Well, the big issue is your team's not winning games. you have the worst recruiting class in the conference. And
you're spending 5 hours on the golf course.
Oh, by the way, Hugh Freeze was out at the bar here, which I appreciate. I love it when the coaches go out to the bar and interact with the media, but Hugh Freeze was the only coach that I've seen doing that so far. It's like,
yeah, he's a unique individual, isn't he?
It almost feels like, and look, I think
like
Auburn's
he's trying to get fired.
That's the thing. Like, I think Auburn has a really good roster this year because they have recruited well the last 2 cycles. They brought in back-to-back top 10 classes in the country. So, like, they've accumulated a stacked team. And if Jackson Arnold is solid, then they've got a chance to be, I don't want to say a playoff team, but like an 8-win team, maybe 9 if everything goes right. But there's a lot of me that thinks Hugh Freeze is like trying to go the Jimbo route and just say, wait, I'm going to get how much if you guys tell me to leave?
I want to play a lot of golf.
And I get to play how much golf if you guys let me leave? So he's not really acting like a guy who is doing whatever he can to get off the hot seat right now. I'll tell you that.
Wow.
So we'll see. But yeah, for Texas, big get with Tyler Atkinson. Here's a little bit of sound from Atkinson. Once again, he committed on the Pat McAfee show. He was asked right after he picked Texas, his timeline with his decision and also why he chose the Longhorns.
We had conversations. I really just was just trying to pick when I come here. Just go from there. I didn't want nothing to get leaked or anything out. But, what really chose me to go to Texas is the coaches, the relationship piece, the atmosphere. I feel like I just can encompass everything I want at Texas. And, yeah, so I just feel like, the way they going to have me playing is just the best fit, and that's why I chose Texas.
Yeah, they're going to have you on the field running around like a madman because that's the way he plays. That is great.
Did you hear that, Buck? He didn't mention NIL. Remember, when a commit chooses your favorite school, he does it because he loves the culture, he loves the coaches, he loves the university, and
along the way he'll get paid.
And there's no money involved at all. But when he picks your rival school, he got money whipped.
Yes, that's how that works. Yeah.
Right now, it's we're calling a spade here. Yeah, Texas upped the NIL package, and the Longhorns were in pretty desperate need for a linebacker. There were kind of 3 blue chip linebackers in this class that Texas really wanted. 2 of them had committed elsewhere. Xavier Griffin chose Bama. Braden Rouse last week chose Tennessee. So Tyler Atkinson was kind of the last of the big 3 for Texas. And the Longhorns haven't signed a bunch of linebackers, only 3 in the last 2 classes combined. And more than likely, Anthony Hill, who I got to talk to yesterday, great conversation. More than likely, he's gone after this year. So you've got some young guys waiting in the wing, but you really have to restock and replenish that linebacker room. And bringing in the number 1 linebacker in America is a really good way to do it.
Yeah, and that dude get a lot of playing time now. He'll get out there running around, getting used to the system, and so he'll be ready the following year. Hell, he may be freshman All-American the way if you watch him on film. I mean, there's nothing on when you see him on film that he doesn't have, except for, as you said, he may not have that, that 210. He may be playing like almost like a secondary guy at linebacker. But when you see him with his velocity when he hits, boy, he brings it when he hits. As a 215, 220 pounder, especially if he gets in those 220s, he's going to be something special.
Yeah, it's a great get. It's a great get for the Longhorns. And again, I mean, considering the fact that he's from the state of Georgia and you did it while you're in Atlanta on the same day that Kirby Smart is also here in Atlanta for conference media days, that's as good as it gets right there. But it got better. Like, that was already a great start to the day yesterday. And look, you bring in a 5-star, that makes it a great recruiting day regardless of what happens the rest of the way. Last night around dinner time, Texas picked up a commit from 4-star defensive lineman James Johnson, who's not from the state of Georgia, but he was committed to Georgia. He committed to the Bulldogs back in June, and yesterday he flipped from Georgia to Texas. So all of this, you can't tell me it's a coincidence, Buck, that all of this happened on the same day that both the Longhorns and the Bulldogs were here in Atlanta.
Yeah, somebody that once a kid called Texas and said, I'll be probably coming with you. I'm coming with you guys today. That they're like, yeah, let's do it on the day that we're all there with Georgia. Let's make this the double whammy.
Yeah.
They get together for that. You're right. That's not a coincidence.
No chance. No chance it's a coincidence. This was all calculated by Steve Sarkeesian, who Maybe there's some sour grapes with what happened in the 2 games between Texas and Georgia last year. I know Steve Sarkeesian and Kirby Smart are good friends. They talk a lot. They're both pretty open about that. But look, they're rivals on the recruiting trail. They're now in the same conference. Buck, you've talked about it a lot. It almost feels like this is becoming a budding rivalry in college sports. And the fact that, the SEC gave Georgia to Texas in each of their first 2 years in the conference. And we talked about it when the basketball schedule got released. There's only 3 teams that Texas men's basketball is playing 2 times this year. It's A&M, it's Oklahoma, and it's Georgia. So it almost feels like this conference is trying to create a little something between these 2 teams.
No doubt.
You get what happens yesterday, and it's like almost feels like Sark's trying to create a little something too.
Well, that's the way it should be. Texas understands Sark. And the staff understand who you have to beat. Well, you got to win every weekend, first of all, in order to get where you need to go to. But they know who the big dog is in the SEC and who you have to beat to get to the championship. There's others along the way that may not even be in the SEC, maybe the Big Ten. But this group, for sure, in order to win a conference championship, it's gonna be Georgia. I don't care if they don't have a quarterback. They will have a defense. Some way, somehow, they will have defenders.
Yeah.
And now you're starting to take defenders away from them.
I know. That's a big deal, right? And maybe you'd get it. Like if it's a quarterback from Georgia who picks Texas, it's like, all right, Steve Sarkeesian, quarterback whisperer, a team with an offensive-minded head coach, like that makes sense. But the fact
that running back or even a running back.
Sure. Wide receiver, right? Like we've seen what Sark has done with wide receivers during his time in Austin and before he got to Texas. But the fact that it's defensive players now, that's Kirby Smart's bread and butter. The fact that Texas is going in to Kirby Smart territory and, again, poaching these kids away from Kirby, that's a really big deal right there.
Yeah, it's just going to be coming down for Sark. Can he win the big game? Can he get to the big game and win the big game? And the big game is not just the SEC championship, but it's the national championship. The guy can recruit. That's said. He has all the tools in the world. He's got the best tools in college football for recruiting. So he should be able to be a great recruiter,
Yeah. A little bit more on James Johnson before we get to some Sark sound from his media availability yesterday. James Johnson, 4-star defensive lineman, the 69th ranked player in the class. Very nice.
What's his size, BK?
He is listed at 6'3", 285 right now. Defensive lineman from the state of Florida. He's in the Miami area. He is the top-ranked D lineman in Florida, the 8th-ranked D lineman overall in the class of 2026. And Texas has put together an unbelievable defensive line class right now. They have 4 D linemen plus an additional edge rusher already committed in this class. So you talk about Georgia, and you go back to Nick Saban's Alabama when he was in the middle of his dynastic run. You think about all of the stud defensive linemen that those teams had, and it felt like every year there was a first-round pick on the D-line from those schools. That's what Steve Sarkeesian is trying to build. He's copying the model.
You're right. You're absolutely right. The development of these young guys for years to come, for others that are linebackers or defensive linemen, is very important for the University of Texas.
100%. And it's crazy. Like, Texas is recruiting the entire country, but they're really going into SEC territory in this class, right? The quarterback, Diabell, is from Florida. You've got the top-ranked defensive lineman from Florida committed. You've got the number 1 player in the state of Georgia committed. You've got the top-ranked defensive lineman from Alabama committed. The top-ranked defensive lineman from Mississippi committed. Like, this is not just an in-state or a regional thing anymore for Texas recruiting. They're going all over the country, but they're also not scared to go into the belly of the beast that is SEC land and steal some of the best players from there.
Absolutely.
So it's awesome. Awesome stuff yesterday. Huge recruiting day for Texas. Again, there have been a lot of misses lately. That's sort of the good news. When you miss on a few guys, it's not fun. But you know what it does, Buck? It keeps a little more NIL money in your pocket. So It's like, oh, Texas missed out on Felix Ojo, the offensive lineman who took that $5 million guaranteed deal for Texas Tech. Look, Texas was going to pay that dude 7 figures to come to Austin. He chooses Texas Tech. All of that money all of a sudden is back in Texas's pocket, and now they can divvy that up to other players.
Absolutely.
So it's not fun when a recruit who has you as a finalist ends up going elsewhere, but it does sort of give you that added benefit. And NIL definitely playing a role with these 2 commits. But Texas, went from the 9th-ranked class in America to the 6th-ranked class on yesterday's news alone. So,
couple more, you'll be in the top 3.
That'll do, donkey. That'll do, as Shrek once said. And yeah, I think you're right. We'll see where things continue to go. All right, before we get to that Steve Sarkeesian sound that I keep teasing, Buck, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs on a Wednesday?
Folks, if you're seeking a specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adult, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement. Dr. Danny and Dr. Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Once again, Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. So when it's time to get those joints replaced, call on Texas Orthopedics. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. And special thanks to our travel partners who are allowing TSU to broadcast live from the ATL. Shout out to Sue Patrick. I brought my Texas baseball SEC championship hat to the table today.
Are you strolling around with that bad boy on?
Oh, yeah. I tried to put it on our little mannequin. Notice we've got a TSU hat on our concession worker today. It was weird. I didn't even do that myself. Like, I just showed up yesterday, and there's a TSU hat on that guy. It's like,
nice.
I'm a little scared that guy reached into my bag overnight and took it and put it on his own head. It's giving me a weird look this week. But, yeah, shout out to Sue Patrick. Jay, I brought the new Longhorn polo that you gave me, and I've been trying to figure out when I wanted to wear it. I'm going to wear it tomorrow because tomorrow's Aggie Day here in the ATL.
Nice.
So I'm going to be rocking that new Sue Patrick polo that looks amazing. But, Buck, we love Sue Patrick, all of the great gear that you need to get ready for the season.
Absolutely. They've got all the polos. They've got the hats. They've got the scheduled glasses and T-shirts. They're all available for you at SuePatrick.com. 5222 Burnett Road. Free parking. Plenty of parking available when you go there. Head on over there, get ready to get your gear. It's time to load up on that gear for the football season. And, folks, as I said, if you do get that stuff online, it's not going to take you a week before it gets to you. Jay knows the people that deliver. And it'll get there to you in a matter of 24 hours, sometimes maybe less, depending on what Jay puts in their pocket, I guess.
Jay might be doing the deliveries himself.
Absolutely, man.
That's how fast the stuff gets to you. It might just be Jay on a bullet train around the country getting you what you need. Oh, man. Love Sue Patrick. Yep, SuePatrick.com, as the Buck says, the best way to get your Longhorn gear and gear up for the upcoming season. Sue Patrick, AV Consultations, 7-Eleven, and Port O'Connor Premier Lodge, our travel partners. We'll talk about them a little bit later in the show. Shout out to Michael, watching live in Bangkok, Thailand, y'all.
Wow.
Very nice. Thanks for tuning in, Michael. Appreciate you finding us. Says Nick Foles was my quarterback, went to Austin Westlake High School. So I guess we can just call it Westlake because we're normally in Austin. But shout out to you, Michael. Thanks for finding us. Thanks for tuning
Appreciate
in.
That.
And hopefully you keep coming back. All right. We've got some sound from Steve Sarkeesian. And, Buck, a few moments ago you mentioned, it's about winning the big one, right? Sark's won a number of big games in his career. He won a conference championship 2 years ago.
He's been a national championship coach. He's been a part of a staff. Yeah.
Sure. Right. If you go back to his time at Alabama, obviously was an offensive coordinator of a national championship team that put up 50 points in the national title game in 2020. Last year, though, at Texas, 2 playoff wins. You look at the road win at Alabama, beating OU, beating A&M. Those are big games. So Sark's won plenty of big games, but obviously he's gotten stalled in the semifinal round of the college football playoff in each of the last 2 years. So here's the end of his opening statement. He spoke for 6 to 7 minutes before fielding questions from the group of reporters who are here. And the end of his opening statement, he kind of talked about the upcoming 2025 season and the keys for his team this year.
But I think the key for us this fall is we got to go enjoy this journey. We need to be present. We need to be present in the moment, enjoy the journey, and then ultimately finish the mission, right? We've been close. We've been there. We've been knocking on the door the last 2 years. But to go do that, we need to take it one step at a time as we embark on the summit that we're looking for. And that's going to take great discipline. It's going to take great commitment. It's going to take great toughness, mental and physical toughness that's needed. And it's going to take accountability for our actions and doing our job. And so I think we've got the culture in place to do that. We've got the connectivity on our roster. These guys have grown up together. I was thinking about Arch and Ant today. These guys don't know any different in college than playing for a conference championship and being in the college football playoff. That's what their experience in college has been so far. So it's going to take the resiliency, the confidence, and the belief, and it's going to take being at our best when our best is needed. And that's going to be late into December and into January if we want to accomplish the things that we think we're capable of accomplishing. So looking forward to it. Again, appreciate all that you do in supporting college football. And with that, we'll open it up.
Yeah, I mean, he understands that they have all the things in place. Now they have to have that week in, week out consistency to move on. I mean, it's hard to be consistent in the SEC. It's just hard. I mean, people will knock you off your pedestal in a hurry there. Some of the worst teams can knock off the best teams. But you can also, with the physicality of the conference, you can get worn down. You can be really, really good in week 3. And by week 7, BK, your team is like, oh shit, man, are we tired? This consistent grind against these teams, these good athletes, is wearing us down. So they have to find ways to be consistent every week,
Yeah.
And it's, once again, it's for you and I and our cousins, it's about covering lines. For them, it's about winning games at crucial times by a point, making a field goal, getting a first down, scoring in the scoring zone, getting first downs in the scoring zone, keeping a clock run when you have to run out of game. It's a consistency that you have to have. And that's, as I said, that's the hard part in this conference, to do that every week. And no matter who you're playing, I say Vandy's not going to be there this year, but against a team like Vandy or South Carolina or Mississippi State, you can't let your guard down in a fourth quarter, because it's unlike last year. It seems like, there are teams that we talk about what they could have done to teams, even though they boat raced a bunch of these SEC bad teams. There's going to be a time where those games are going to be dogfights. On any given week, you could be in a dogfight with Mississippi State or South Carolina or a Kentucky. Those are the games that you have to find ways to win. You can't lose those games. You have to find ways to win those games, and that means consistent practice, consistent attitude, consistent, culture, like he talks about. That has to be there. You can't let your culture drop for a quarter in the SEC, or you get beat.
Sure. Yeah,
or you end up being Auburn.
Right. Well, don't say that. I don't think it's going to be that bad for Texas. Like, worst case scenario isn't Auburn's best case scenario for this team this year.
Yeah, I mean,
but,
it's consistent play,
Sure.
And now you got a young quarterback. His consistent play will be so important, As I said, everything for Arch is not going to be, I know everybody who talks about him expects it for it to be just rosy every Saturday when he gets out there. Oh, we got this. This guy's going to throw for 460 yards, 500 yards in a game. It's how can he be consistent with a 300-yard game? What is he going to do when he throws for 250? What is he going to do? Is he going to throw for 250, 2 picks? What's it going to be? I mean, it's the consistent week in and week out of what you get from him and the rest of the football team.
You got to bring it. And Texas has a tougher schedule in 2025 than it did in 2024, right? I think your big non-conference game is tougher because I think 2025 Ohio State is better than 2024 Michigan. So You've got that game to start the year, and then you have one fewer home game. Like last year, the Oklahoma game was a designated road game. This year, it's a designated home game for Texas, which means you get one fewer SEC home game. You only have 3 conference games at DKR this season, meaning you have to take one more road trip this year. So, that's a lot of the same teams. Obviously, it's all of the same teams in conference play, but you have an extra road game, and then again, your non-conference game is a little bit tougher. So you're going to have to bring it every
And there's
week.
some teams on this list that they're going to be playing. There are going to be some desperate teams. There are going to be some desperate coaching staffs when you look around, including the last game, including Mike Elko in his second year. You think that guy can afford to lose to Texas 2 years in a row? Shit, no, he can't. Arkansas can't afford it. Kentucky, I mean, these are guys that are on the firing squad right now. There's going to be there will be teams that they play that are desperate.
Yeah, you got to match the intensity, and you got to match that desperation, like you talked about, right? Like I was talking to a couple of Arkansas guys yesterday, and they're like, man, that Texas-Arkansas game had no business being close. Like, Texas was so much better than us last year, and the game was only close because the rivalry means so much more to Arkansas, and Arkansas wanted it so much more, and Texas was like, this is kind of a random game right before A&M, and it's just like you can't have those moments. You can't play down to your competition.
It's the desperate part of the season. It'll be the desperate part of the season for Texas where that game rolls in that,
right,
which would be great.
Right. Well, I mean, it's between Georgia and Texas A&M at the end of the year. So hopefully it's not a trap game spot. But look, I'm not too worried about Arkansas this year. But I mean, the point is you got to bring it. And I like that Steve Sarkeesian, brought up the last 2 years and the fact that, like, look, winning is fun and losing sucks, right? We all agree with that. So it's cool that Texas has played in back-to-back conference championship games and made it to back-to-back college football playoffs.
Sure.
That's fun. The winning is fun. Guys have gotten to experience that. That should serve as some motivation. Hey, we enjoyed that, so we want to do that again. But the losing sucks. The losing hurts more than the winning is enjoyable.
Always.
So losing in the semifinal round 2 years in a row is hopefully that, like, man, we were so close we could taste it in each of the last 2 years. Like, there's the extra motivation we need. This sucked that we couldn't get to the championship game. Whatever we didn't do the last 2 seasons, we've got to do it. We've got to go a little bit harder in practice. We've got to prepare a little bit more. We got to watch a little bit more film, whatever it's going to take to get over that hump. Hopefully it's just an entire mission in that locker room that, the last 2 years were fun, but it's not good enough because losing when we lost has absolutely sucked.
Yeah, I mean, we've got questions about different players and how they're going to perform. Because for me, I just think Arch Manning he's of that kind of breed that it's the others around him that, as a team, because, I mean, it takes a lot of guys on a team to get it done. One guy can't do it. One guy can't take on the whole burden of the entire team, although now the public's going to put the burden on that dude. But, I mean, he understands, and the people around him understand what level they have to play up to with him. I don't think it's going to be him having to play up to a certain level. I think it's those around him that are going to have to perform at a level that they may not be used to, or it takes them longer to get to that level. You know what I'm saying? But they're going to have to get to where his level is in a hurry, I believe. So, but it's, as I said, there's a lot of desperation that some teams are going to roll in here. And then when Texas gets on the road, there's going to be Florida's going to be another one of those desperation teams.
Right. Well, Florida's got a tough start to their schedule this year. Remember, they play LSU and Miami in the 2 games before the Longhorns roll into town. So it could be a 2-2 Florida team with Texas coming in. And it's like, oh, Billy Napier better get this one. Otherwise.
Yeah. There's going to be some desperation. And you have to meet that challenge. You got to be desperate too. Your desperation is the fact that you haven't got to a national championship game. You got to 2 semifinals. But we're trying to get to that game,
Agreed. Man, this was pretty funny. So the first bit of sound we played from Sark was the end of his opening statement. Then he opened it up to questions. The very first question that was posed to Steve Sarkeesian yesterday was about the goal line stand in the Ohio State game and the red zone struggles for the Texas offense. It wasn't a local Austin reporter, too. It was just some random national guy who hit Sark right away with the, hey, how do you make sure that what happened against the Buckeyes in the fourth quarter doesn't happen again this year? So here's Steve Sarkeesian answering a question that I think every Texas fan wanted answered. How does the red zone offense improve this coming year?
That was a good start, man. Come on, couple jabs right there, right off the rip. I mean, clearly, the last 2 years we've had the ball inside the 10-yard line to score to either play for a national championship or tie a game to go play for a national title. So huge point of emphasis of ours. Every year as a staff, you look for areas of improvement of where you can improve your team. And as a coaching staff, that's clearly been an area for us where we want to improve and need to improve. I think that our staff has put forth the effort to do that. I think our players recognize that. Hopefully that we're good. Like I said, we need to be at our best when our best is needed. And those are 2 critical moments of the last 2 years where we needed our best and we just weren't quite at our best as coaches and or players. And so big point of emphasis of ours. Hopefully next year you ask me a different question. You say, since you got that resolved, what are you working on this year?
Yeah, I mean, just an honest question, and I think that's a pretty honest answer without saying that was a sucky call by me.
Well, it's interesting because at the end of that, Sark is like, well, hopefully next year you're asking me a different question. Well, we asked the same question last year and it didn't get fixed because the red zone offense was bad in 2023. And like Sark said, the Washington game ended with a red zone misfortune, red zone miscues by the Texas offense that cost them the opportunity to play for a national championship. And here we are again, after last season, still asking about the red zone issues. So
hopefully he'll be patting the guys like Neil Brown on the back saying, we added to our coaching staff and, our goal line offense is a little bit better. I want to thank, Neil Brown for helping us out. Some of those things, they just happen. Certain coaches just have certain ideas about things. Neil Brown may have not been good at the 50-yard line, but this guy may help them in the scoring zone with their run game and what West Virginia did. Just little things. It's not big things. It's your mindset and what you feel like we're going to do. This is what I'm going to call, and we're going to be successful at it. Instead of maybe this toss sweep will get in there. We got a good runner. We're okay at the offensive line. Maybe if I just toss it back there 8 yards, somebody in Ohio State may trip themselves and we'll go right by them. Maybe it'll be, I know exactly what we're going to do. And by the way, we're going to do it again if we don't get it the first time or the second time.
Yeah. I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's Sark or Neil Brown or Chad Scott or Chris Jackson or Kyle Flood. Somebody on the offensive staff has to find a way to make the Longhorns' red zone offense better than it's been.
Sure.
Because it just hasn't been good enough to this
point.
When
he says we're working at it, those guys go out and look at film and they go to NFL camps and other college camps. They find out things that other people are doing, and that's it. They'll imitate it. They'll take some of those plays and they'll hone that skill in because they know they have the kind of athletes who can do it.
Yeah, I do appreciate that answer from Sark. You're right. It felt like an honest answer for him. But at times, last offseason and throughout the 2024 season, Sark would get very testy when he was asked about the red zone struggles. Like he tried to downplay them. He tried to poo-poo them. And maybe it was just frustration with what was going on and he knew it and he just didn't want to acknowledge it. But like outwardly, he was like, no, it's no big deal. Like, we're fine. We got it. We just got to execute better.
Yeah, well, sometimes because you just think you're better than you are at something. You know what I mean? You think you're really good at something, but you're not. You're just you're slightly above average. But in order to win a championship, you got to be way above average. You got to be excellent at it. And he wanted to think that I've got good athletes. I got a really good coaching staff. What do we have to do? We just got to execute it. No, it's not always about that. Sometimes you got to be smarter than the other guy,
Yeah, don't call a toss sweep from the 1 yard line. Don't blame your players for not executing that, which is what Sark did in the post-game press conference. And it's like, dude, like that's the worst play call of all time. And you're blaming your players for that? Like, look, some of the red zone miscues have been on the players. It's not all on the coaching. But again, I love that answer from Sark yesterday. I'm not trying to pick that one apart. I'm just like, I'm on the record. I think you and I are both on the record of like criticizing Sark for seemingly downplaying those problems last year. So it is a little refreshing for him to be like, no, yeah, that is a major point of emphasis for us. That is something we have to get right in 2020.
Everybody has a flaw. And right now he's got to fix his, and he knows what it is. And so far that he's done the job at Tech since he's been here, he's fixed a lot of the flaws, whether it's recruiting, individuals, putting guys in the right position. So maybe this is it.
And hopefully, Arch Manning's dual threat ability helps. Hopefully getting CJ Baxter at, 230 helps with those goal line runs. Like you've got different changes in personnel that should improve the red zone and goal line offense. But again, some of it's on the coaching. Like they've just got to find a way to get the ball into the end zone more.
Yeah, for me, that's what I think about Wingo at wide receiver. I think he's a young, talented wide receiver that you are going to have to scheme things to get him going to the point of, okay, now I can throw some balls up there and he'll go just beat the guy physically. But there are going to be times where I have to throw him open and say, sit in this spot and catch the ball. We're not going to put you in a situation where you're going to have to go make a great play. We'll make the play. We'll get it to you in this spot. You make the play and then start getting the kind of confidence you need as a wide receiver, like some of these other studs that came out as freshmen, where these teams just throw it up and they just get it.
Are you calling for more goal line fades?
No, I'm not calling for fades. I'm calling for getting him the ball in certain positions where you put him in that position, where he doesn't just beat some guy one-on-one. Did you put him in a zone? He catches it. Now he gets the confidence he needs that now during the course of a big game, I can throw it up. He'll just go take it away from that other dude.
That's a goal line fade. What you just
Well,
described
yeah,
at the end. I can't handle my
you're
heart.
right.
Can't take goal line fades. I hate that play call.
Yeah, I'm not a big goal line unless it's Randy Moss.
Yeah. I don't. As much as I love Ryan Wingo, I don't think he's Randy Moss. Be
No.
great if he was. Would love to be wrong on that. What about Thomas's suggestion? How about a fullback in the red zone?
Well, they got enough backs. They can do 2 back sets. They can do whatever. There's a lot of things that they can do. It's just he hasn't picked the right one yet.
Right.
He hasn't called the right play. They got enough bodies. Don't put whatever you do, don't start talking about putting some defensive lineman. Don't put JJ back there now in his freshman year from Georgia in your backfield, please.
It's weird.
No gimmicks.
No gimmicks. Yeah, you don't like the defensive lineman playing offense, right?
No, thank you.
You actually booed. You actually booed when Tavondre Sweat scored that touchdown in the 2023 Big 12 championship game. Everyone else was cheering, and you were pissed that it happened.
Well, because I saw some stuff against Oklahoma where you needed to win that game, and you kept bringing fatties from the defense in there.
Yeah, that one.
That's right. The fatties came in.
That one didn't work. That one didn't work at all.
That one didn't work the first or the second time. Was there more than one time?
Yeah, I think a couple of plays on that goal line stand.
Work.
Yep. Patrick says we had Baby Rhino. Look, Baby Rhino, he's got the nickname. He can run with some power, but that guy also weighs like 205 pounds. CJ Baxter's at 230. So that, Buck, you obviously know it better than I do. That type of weight difference in a running back is going to make a difference.
Yeah, and I'm going to take it that CJ Baxter's a little bit longer, and he's had more experience too.
Yeah, he's bigger and has been around longer. So, look, I like Jarrett Gibson, but I think C.J. Baxter's your best bet to be that goal line guy if he's fully healthy in 2025.
Yeah, and Arch's legs are going to do some things in the scoring zone that's going to hurt teams because he's not going to hesitate. While we're all going to be holding our breath every time he takes off, he's not going to hesitate as an athlete to go ahead and what's the easiest thing for him to do? Run for 3 yards. He may drop back BK and say, there's 3 right there. I'm not even going to take a chance on any tight windows. I'll just go ahead and get the first down. Yeah. There's going to be times where that guy's going to take off and the entire stadium is going to be standing up going, oh, no. Because he's going to do that. He's going to do that a lot because that's just probably in his nature to do that.
Yeah, I really wonder how much Steve Sarkeesian is going to let Arch Manning run.
Well, first of all, he's not going to be able to stop him because it's going to be a natural thing. I'm not saying he's Vince Young or that was just so natural, but he has that kind of mentality where he knows I'm a big, tall guy. I only need 3 yards, and I'm back here looking around for my second or third wide receiver, and there's a spot over there at 3 yards that I know I can get to. That dude's going to be gone.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
He doesn't want him to do that, but that dude's going to do it naturally, I believe.
Yeah, and Sark can't stop that, and Sark shouldn't stop that. Like, that's a weapon, right? When you have a quarterback who can extend plays, and if there's nothing open down the field, he can take off and get you a first down. Like, that's a great thing.
And that guy's going to take some shots, and he's not always going to slide. So everybody get used to that, too.
I just wonder, because of that, like how many design runs will be there? Because, we're talking about this red zone offense getting better. A lot of our listeners, had a glitch there in the system, are like, well, just use Arch's legs. Like, let him run a bunch. And believe me, in practice, that sounds great. I think that can be a weapon for this Texas offense because he didn't really respect Quinn Ewers on any, zone reads last year or RPOs. Like, you knew he wasn't really keeping the ball to run. With Arch, obviously, you have to respect his legs. I just wonder how many of those plays will be in this offense, or is Sark like, we got to protect Arch at all costs because our season rests on his shoulders, so I can't call those plays just in case he takes a hit that he can't take.
Well, you know what games you have to. You know what circumstance and what down and distance you have to do that where he's got an opportunity to do, to option whether he keeps it or throws. I mean, and as I said, there's going to be so many of those times against teams that you're going to go, why is he doing this against that team? Why is Arch taking off and running again? He doesn't have to. Why is he doing it? Because that's just the way it is. That's just what his nature is. He's going to do those things. So everybody hold your breath, but that guy's going to be running around, just hopefully he's not running for his life because he has to run for his life,
Right. Yeah. Hopefully, the offensive line gives him some time back there, but he's fast.
This is going to help the run game that we've been looking for right here.
It has to. It has to. And you got a couple people commenting, like Ant Hill yesterday commented on how fast Arch Manning was. I mean, we saw him hit 21 miles an hour on that long touchdown run in the second half against UTSA last year. Like the guy's a great athlete. He could absolutely scoot. So you want to dual threat. That's the thing. Dual threat. The word threat means you're threatening the defense. So you want to do as much as a player to threaten the other team. And yeah, like you don't want to take that element away from Arch Manning because, again, that's something that you haven't had the last 3 years with Quinn Ewers that could help you take things to another level on that side of the ball.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to Cooper Flagg. It's like telling Cooper Flagg, just we need you offensively. You don't need to play great defense. But he just, once he gets to the court, it's what he does. You know what I'm saying? You can't tell him, hey, chill out on defense. Don't worry about that guy scoring 30 tonight. As long as you score 30 with him, you know what I mean? It's like that. But once those guys hit the court, they're different people. That's just the way they play the game. No matter what you tell them, it's not going to change what they do. You can tell them in all the quarterback meetings you want, no, dude, we're playing such and such. This is San Jose State. You don't need to be running the ball 6 or 7 times down the field. Throw the ball. Find a way to throw the ball and get it down there. We're going to win the game. But that dude, if it's open, he's going to do what he normally does. So it's going to be hard to harness a guy like that. And I'm kind of fine with it. I'm not going to have that many called runs for him to hump it up in there. He'll do enough of that on his own.
Yeah, I don't need him humping anybody on the field. I'm out on that. That's I don't know what
that's a no-go for you.
I don't know what you're trying to watch or what channel you're watching these games on where you're seeing dudes humping out there, but I'm out on that bit.
I think it'll be fun. It's going to be fun watching him on some of those runs. I just know that every time he takes off, people are going to go, why did he do this?
It's one of those things where if the game's in Austin, people are going to go nuts as soon as he starts to take off and run, right? But
especially they're going to see and they're going to see those early games where that they're going to be crushing the teams, and you're going to be going, why is he doing that? I mean,
you'll see like everyone's going to be cheering, but you'll see half the stadium, myself included, doing this. Get down. Run out of bounds. Like you can't have that guy, especially in one of those games, when you're playing San Jose State and UTEP and the ghost of Sam Houston. Like you can't have Arch taking hits in those games. So it'll be fun and electrifying when he does take off and go. But you're gonna be like yelling at your TV or yelling at the field for him to slide or get down.
He's gonna be hearing more of that from his quarterback coach and his head coach about, dude, get out of bounds right there. Why would you take that hit? I don't know, because I've been playing football a long time and this is what I do. Well, this is different. This is different. But he's just gonna play. He's gonna play his game. That's, as I said, everybody will have to step up to what his intensity is,
For sure.
I mean, those things are going to fire up a team too. It's not always everybody holding their breath. Some of those guys are going to look at him and have an awful lot of respect when he does those things against teams like we're talking about. They're going to hate it for a little bit, but they're going to grow to respect that unless he gets hurt. Then they're going to all be pissed.
Yeah, I'm knocking on wood right now on behalf of this entire segment. So get blamed in case anything goes wrong.
It's just the nature of the position and the nature of the way it looks like he plays the game.
Like, I don't know if you saw this before we play any more Steve Sarkeesian sound. I should have opened with this. This is on me. I've got the video cut up and we'll play it right now. So Steve Sarkeesian had his big press conference in front of the assembled media in the big room here in Atlanta at the College Football Hall of Fame. And as with every coach who starts his press conference, he gets introduced. And it's like, all right, walking up to the stage now, the head coach of the Ole Miss Rebels. Here's Lane Kiffin. And Lane walks up. They play the fight song of the school. And then Lane starts his press conference. That's what happens with every coach. All 16 coaches who are going to speak this week, they'll have the same thing happen. They'll get introduced.
That'll happen with Boomer Sooner today. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, how gross.
That'll happen with Brent Venables. He's going to be sucking on a fire hose as he walks on stage, which will be pretty hilarious to watch. But that's how it happens, right? That's pretty standard practice. That's not an SEC-only thing. That's what every conference does at their media days. They introduce the coach, they play the school fight song, and then the press conference begins. Well, we had a little bit of a mishap yesterday.
Oh, no.
When Coach Sark, not Coach Sack, when Coach Sark was introduced. Watch the video and take a listen to what happens when Sark gets called up to the podium.
Alrighty.
And he didn't even blink. You know, deep down, he was just thinking of what he's going to do and what he's going to say. What a clown outfit. Quit having this shit in Atlanta and bring it back to Dallas. I mean, really.
That's the most Big 12 thing that the SEC has ever done. Playing A&M's fight song after they introduced Steve Sarkeesian to start his presser. Are you kidding me? Oh, my God. What a great prank by some Aggie person. Or
did he hang in there pretty good, though? Did the head coach hang in there?
Yeah, no, he did a great job. He didn't address it. He just started his press conference with his opening statement and then fielded questions. He was up there for a half hour. He did a great job. But
they won't screw up Elko, I guarantee you that.
Well, they better. Oh, now they have to. Don't they have to play Texas Fight tomorrow when Mike Elko is up there?
I would say that would be, if I'm the commissioner, I'd say, no, you guys got to do that. Then this was a bit. That's all. We did this as a bit.
What do they say? Turnabout is fair play. So if you're going to play
do that as a bit, but they won't. Dude, they hate Texas. We all know that. They hate the rulers of the universe. They don't like it.
I was looking around for Billy Lucci. I didn't see him there. Maybe it was him at Texags pulling the strings on that deal. But that's a dang coaching mistake right there, sir.
Yeah, you can't do that. That's not. By the way, SEC, that's not professional. That's a bunch of bull crap right there.
Yeah, like you have one job. Whoever is playing those songs literally has one job. Like the coach gets introduced, you click a button, you play the music, and then you fade it out when the coach is about to start talking. And I don't know if someone lost their job yesterday, but that was.
I know Sark is not there, but let me tell you, they wouldn't do that to Kirby Smart or Nick Saban. They wouldn't do that to them.
No chance.
They wouldn't have that mistake. Somebody would be going over that list of songs all day long if that's their only job was to press the right button. They'd be doing that. They would make sure that wouldn't happen. That's garbage. Hey, that's garbage.
Yeah. So you're saying that wasn't an accident?
I don't care I don't even care if it was an accident, and I'm not even going to say accidents happen. It just can't happen there.
No, again,
that's just garbage.
Bad look for the SEC, and it felt very Big 12. Maybe it was Brett Yormark who pulled the strings on that one to take one final shot. This conference is supposed
to be the top dog, and that did feel very Big 12 like,
Yeah, it did.
In Frisco or at the up in Arlington, that sounded like something that they would do.
I kind of wish Sark addressed it. It's probably for the best that he didn't and just like started his press conference. But I kind of wish he was like, "The hell was that, man?" Like that's not
somebody will. And once he gets back to Austin, somebody will. That's got to come up.
Yeah, I would think. All right,
if he gets on a podcast with the guys that he does those podcasts with some of our local guys, and he just said, basically, every once in a while he'll drop a shit bomb. I'd love to hear him say, that was bullshit. I'd love to hear him say that. I'm like, you're right, coach. It was.
I'm going to say the next time I get to talk to Sark, that might be my first question to him is, hey, what'd you make of them playing the Aggie War Hymnen when you were introduced in Atlanta? And I'd love to hear what he has to say about that. But that was pretty ridiculous and a humorous moment. You could hear some folks in the crowd laughing when that happened. And there were a lot of people just looking around like, what is this? Is this real? Is this really happening? Am I hearing this right? So
no, that's one of those things. That's one of those things as a coach. Somebody may take it as a joke or somebody may make a mistake, but he'll never forget it. That's in his mind. That's in his mind till when he's done coaching the game of football, because he's never going to forget that he came up the first time in SEC Media Day in Atlanta, Georgia, first time in their territory, and that's what they did to him.
Well, that's what happens. That's what happens when you steal a 5-star recruit from the state of Georgia.
Oh, maybe on that day, yeah.
Maybe it was Kirby Smart, or it's just some Georgia fan who is pulling the strings. Right, we're in Atlanta, just an hour and a half away from Athens, so it's like maybe a Georgia fan was like, you know what, this is how I'm going to get back at Sark for stealing the #1 player in our state in this recruiting cycle. I'm going to hit him with the A&M fight song when he walks out. See how he likes that.
People make mistakes, but that one should never happen.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch chats are rocking and rolling. Very active this morning. Appreciate y'all starting your hump day with us. We've got more sound from Steve Sarkeesian. We will also recap some of the other storylines from day 2 of SEC Media Days, and we'll preview day 3 that's going on today. I'm seeing some Mississippi State players walking around. Alabama will be here today, and of course, Oklahoma will be here today. So we'll set the stage for what's coming later here in the ATL. But before any of that, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
So our friends over at Relax the Back, they embrace that holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise. And folks, my back couldn't be happier. I'm in my Relax the Back chair after a round of golf, walking around the course yesterday. My back feels fantastic. I want to thank Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. Boy, oh boy, this could have been a day of misery after walking. But when I got right to this chair, BK, it feels fantastic. I know you're missing your chair with that, Motel 6 that you got, the chair from Motel 6 there. But, dude, this thing right here is gold. It really is. And for folks that are suffering from shoulder pain, neck, thoracic back, lumbar area, hip area, please go over to Relax the Back and find an accessory or an adjustable mattress that fits you. Zero gravity recliners, select human scale office chairs, desk, and all the accessories that they have at Relax the Back. There is something there for everyone if you are suffering from any kind of pain. Heal and recover, work smarter, sleep reimagined, and live pain-free at Relax the Back. Their Bee Cave location at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and their North Austin location at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Backs, folks.
Yeah. Yes, sir. And some more love to our travel partners. Shout out to our guy Ashish and the gang at 7-Eleven.
Little Debbie's Day for me today.
There we go. The best convenience store in the world. Get your Little Debbie's, get your taquitos, get your Slurpees, get your Big Gulp, get you everything you need to fuel you through the summer all across the world. There are tens of thousands of 7-Eleven locations worldwide. They've got whatever you need day and night right around the corner. The best convenience store in the world. And make sure you download that 7-Eleven app and cash in on the 7 Rewards program. You're going to get points that can earn you discounts and free stuff whenever you go into 7-Eleven. I'm there all the time. The Buck's there all the time. We love what they do. We love our guy, Ashish. And, you already do love 7-Eleven. If you haven't been in a while, get out there. Get you a Slurpee today. Reward yourself. Shout out to our great friends at 7-Eleven.
Very nice. By the way, nice suit by Sark. Love that look this time of the summer. He didn't come all First Holy Communion with all white. That was a little off white. I like that little vanilla that he had on, going up there. Nice. That one right there, I'm gonna say he picked that out himself.
You don't think that was a L'Oreal vehicle?
No, I think that was him thinking, you know what? Where I'm going to Georgia, this is the kind of suit I need to be wearing. I need to have a little flash, but I don't need to be out there in all white cottons. That was a good pick. Good choice.
Well, who's been the best dressed so far this week in the ATL? That's Texas Longhorn defensive back Michael Taff. Did you see this yesterday?
I did. I saw that. That's awesome.
A nice light-colored suit, a clean white shirt, the burnt orange tie, but, of course, the tie featuring a bunch of letters. And at first I saw this, and I'm like, what's going on there? Like, who is he? Are those his teammates' initials? The first 2 sets of initials you see say DE and LB, and it's like, well, does he have all of the positions on the football field listed on the tie? And then you take a closer look, and it's like, oh, man. I know exactly what this is, and what a gesture by Michael Taff, the initials of the 27 people who died at Camp Mystic after the floods overtook it on the 4th of July. Just unbelievable. I mean, another example of Michael Taff just getting it. Super sharp dude, obviously a great player, an all-American caliber football player, but he has proven time and time again that he's an all-American human being. And to use that platform
at its best.
Yeah, and guys they're representing their school, representing their team, but they're also representing themselves. A lot of guys go with the flashy look, and that's fine. Like, hey, you want to look good. It's a moment about you. It's a big deal to get the invite to represent, again, your team at a conference media days. But the fact that Michael Taff used this moment and this platform to pay respects and show some love to the victims of the horrific floods from a couple of weeks ago, like that's badass, man. Tip of the cap to Michael Taff.
Yeah, I mean that's thinking outside the box right there by him. That's just smart. That's just smart by Michael Taff. That just shows, that shows that, I mean, he's got a good family around him. He's got a good head on his shoulders, and he's thinking of others. I mean, that's just perfect. That's just perfect before football season starts, where you start getting into things where, memories get lost except for the families of the missing. I mean, this is what it's all about right here. I mean, this is why you go to college. This is why you come to a place as a young man, and you're supposed to leave as a mature man. You know what I'm saying? This is what it's all about right there. That's great.
Yeah, Michael Taff, an amazing story, right? Everybody knows the former walk-on who has turned himself into an All-American, who at some point will be an NFL player. So that the on-field stuff is cool enough. Like, that's enough reason to root for Michael Taff just because of that. But then you see stuff like this. I mean, this is going above and beyond, right? This is not.
Well, that shines such a light on your university right there, not just your football team, but everybody that walks on that campus. That's shining a light on every student that's a college student on that campus, and every faculty member. That's for what he did is for everybody.
You're right. Well said. And that's not just development as a player, but development as a human being that's going on with Michael Taff right now. And he did that on his own accord. That wasn't the university asking him to do that. That wasn't someone from Kirk County asking him to do that. Like, that's Michael Taff doing that on his own.
That's growing up right there, man. That's growing up and thinking of other people. That's a mature guy who's just going to continue to grow and do some fantastic things in his life. Now, if you can only get that guy behind you over there on your right side to do something for somebody, except for hold that tray.
What do you mean, George P. Swift?
Has he done anything for anybody in the 3 days?
Don't forget about this guy, man. He has the record for the most hot dogs sold during an SEC football game in conference history.
That's who put the whammy on Sark right there. That's who changed up the music.
Oh, you think this guy just walked away from his post and pulled a fast one on Steve Sarkeesian?
Left his post.
He's tired of hearing all of this pro-Texas propaganda that we're spewing here, so he
hates every bit of it.
Interesting. I didn't think about that.
That guy disappeared sometime after and went there and put the whammy on Sark.
I don't like the way he's been looking at me, so maybe there is some bad blood between him and Texas. I don't know.
Yeah, that's two great ways. I mean, there's a head coach handling a situation, and then there's one of his adult players handling a situation the right way. I mean, it just, as I said, it's, people don't do everything perfect. People make mistakes, and who knows, that whole song thing could have been a mistake. But this is what you do. This is why you're around places and around good people, because that's what good people do, is what you saw from Michael Taff right there.
Yeah, definitely. Here's while we're talking about Michael Taff, Steve Sarkeesian was asked a question about Michael Taff during his presser yesterday. Here's Sark talking about Michael Taff's journey and his importance to this Longhorn team.
Chronologically look at his path of walking on, being scout team players of the week, earning a little bit of playing time on special teams, to earning a little bit of playing time on defense, to becoming a regular down player on defense, to becoming a frontline starter on defense, to becoming an All-American on defense. It's like, how do you not respect the guy? All the while, the way he carries himself and the way he represents the University of Texas in our community, I think is something to be admired. And I think that that's what his teammates do. They respect him, they admire him, and he's probably as hard on his teammates as he is on himself, and he's probably harder on the other walk-ons than he is on himself, because he knew what he had to do to earn what he got. And so I couldn't be happier for him. It is huge for us that he decided to come back for his senior season. His leadership, his ability to communicate in the back end for us. I mean, he is like a coach on the field. And so, just proud of him and proud to be his coach. And like I said, I think nobody deserves the accolades that he's getting more than Michael Taff right now.
Awesome.
Yeah, hard to argue. Again, a phenomenal story, working his way up from walk-on to All-American and now getting to represent his school at SEC Media Days and obviously doing that incredibly well. Just a tremendous story that is seemingly getting better by the day. And yeah, Sark's absolutely right. I mean, it's huge that Michael Taff came back for another year, because if he didn't, look, there's still plenty of talent in that secondary, but if Texas were to lose Barron, Makuba, and Michael Taff in the same offseason, we would all be a little curious and I think a little worried about what this pass defense could look like. Having Michael Taff there, you know what he's capable of, you know what he means, you know the kind of leader that he is. Like that's kind of just a calming presence. He's obviously a supreme talent, but it also serves as a calming presence to, I think, the coaches, the guys around him, and to me as a fan as well.
Well, what a great example for the rest of his teammates.
Sure.
It's not always about you. I think that's just such a great example for him to do that. Some young guy walking in there for the first time, some even young guys that are going to media day in Atlanta will see that, and they won't forget that. They won't forget what he's got on his tie. That, believe me, that doesn't go unnoticed by his teammates. And if they can do something, I don't care if they do something because he did it. I mean, that's just a good example. That's what you want for examples of your players or your family or your teammates. That's as I said, that's just a bright spot for the university right there.
Sure. Yeah, it went viral, and a bunch of people were tweeting and posting about it yesterday, and rightfully so. Another thing that a bunch of people were tweeting and posting about yesterday was Arch Manning, who was obviously here yesterday. And, man, the scrum to get to Arch Manning, I mean, that guy is the most popular person in town. Beyonce was here doing 4 shows in a row, and I'm not sure she had as many people interested in her as Arch Manning did in him yesterday. Everywhere that guy went, there was just a mob scene of folks surrounding him. He actually didn't make it upstairs to this Radio Row setup that we've got. They kept him downstairs. He did a couple of interviews. He did the breakout session, and then that was it. They kept him away from a lot of Gen Pop here at the College Football Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
But he did speak. We've got some sound from Steve Sarkeesian here. First, he was asked about Arch Manning and whether or not he feels that Arch Manning is ready to take over as QB1 in Austin.
I think he learned a lot over time, right? And so for Arch, he grew up in this era of seeing high-level football. He's watched Super Bowls. He's watched gold jackets getting put on. He's been to playoff games. He's been recruited at the highest level as the #1 player in the country. He watched Quinn navigate through, the ups and downs of being a starting quarterback at the University of Texas. And I think the one thing that you find out about Arch is, 1, he's got a very even keel about him. 2, he's very quick-witted. He's got a great sense of humor about himself, and he's okay to laugh at himself. And I think that that's a great quality to have, because at the end of the day, there's going to be adversity that's going to strike this season. And we all talk about resiliency and grit and all those things that are needed when adversity strikes. But I think some of that resiliency can come from remaining calm. And Arch definitely has that about him. He's a great guy. He's a great teammate. He's got unbelievable work ethic. And I think if he stays true to himself, that's going to help him navigate these waters as they present themselves. And we've got to do a great job of supporting him around him as coaches, as players, and ultimately, I think he's prepared for the moment. But now it's just time for him to go do it and enjoy doing it, quite frankly.
Yeah, and that guy likes to have all the heat on himself. He's used to that. That's not going to bother him. As I said, it'll be more so to me, BK, are the rest of the guys ready to play up to his level? Can they match his intensity? Can they match his level of play when it's time to play? Will they be at their best? They have to be at their best because he's going to be at his best, but doesn't mean everything's going to work out for him because he'll bounce back. I got a feeling that guy can throw 3 interceptions in one game and come back and throw 5 touchdowns the next game. But the team will have to be able to match what he's ready to do. And I think this group has now been around him for 2 years and they understand what he's all about. So that's a plus that, maybe he hasn't been playing a lot. He hadn't been playing a lot more than we thought he should be playing, but they've seen him come through the ranks. You know what I mean? He's seen some ups and downs himself, which is a good thing. I think he'll bounce back when things aren't good. I think he'll lead when things are good. He will be a great leader. So this should be fun for him, his teammates, and the entire SEC to watch this guy grow.
Yeah, I think that's well said. And he handled himself incredibly well yesterday. There was a little kid, I don't know, 8, 9, 10 years old, who got to the College Football Hall of Fame at 7 a.m. yesterday. He was wearing an Arch Manning Texas jersey, and he waited all day long. Texas didn't speak until yesterday afternoon. And this kid waited here at the College Football Hall of Fame all day in hopes of meeting Arch Manning. And Arch took some pictures with him. He signed the back of his jersey. And that was a pretty cool moment by Arch. And shout out to that kid who, big Texas fan here, traveling to the ATL, and he got his money's worth for sticking around because he got that jersey signed. And we know that's going to be worth a hell of a lot of money one day.
There you go, kids. You got to stick with it.
That's well done right there. But yeah, I mean, Arch, look, he doesn't give, the folks around the SEC were hoping and praying that Arch was going to give some sort of bulletin board quote.
Nah, he's
right?
not going to do that.
They were begging him to say, oh yeah, no, I think we're the best team in the SEC. Or, oh yeah, no, I'm way better than Quinn. And yeah, Steve Sarkeesian made a mistake not playing me more last year. Or, oh yeah, no, we run this conference. We don't care that it's our second year. Like we're the best team in this league. Like he doesn't say that. And that's a good thing, right? He gives relatively short answers, like 7 to 10 second responses. He says all of the right things. He talks about how much he loves the university and loves his teammates and loves his coach and his family. And he just, no crazy viral Arch Manning moment yesterday because he's just so well trained in what he's supposed to do in these moments that he's cool, calm, and collected here. And hopefully that translates, like Steve Sarkeesian was talking about, into what we see on the field on Saturdays.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. This is going to be fun for college football. It's going to be fun for the Longhorns. It's going to be good. Like I said, it's going to be good for the SEC because the SEC is pushing this. Everybody in the nation is pushing this kid to be, something very special. But as I said, it's the rest of everybody else. You're going to have to rally around him. You're going to have to meet his level of intensity. Because he's used to it. He's used to it.
Yeah.
He's used to being in that. He's used to being in that fishbowl,
Mm-hmm. He's been in that fishbowl since coming out the womb.
Yes.
That guy's just had an absurd amount of attention on him. And I've asked a couple of people who have been to SEC Media Days for years, like, hey, do you remember a time where an individual player had this much hype surrounding him and this much media attention on him? And I got a couple of responses. Johnny Football, the year after he won the Heisman Trophy, and Tim Tebow. Like
right.
those are like the only two players that are even in the same conversation. And with Tebow, it wasn't going into his first year. And obviously with Johnny Manziel, it wasn't going into his first year as the starter either. It was like after those guys had obviously accomplished a lot. And with Arch, it's like, man, before he's started a year as the starter, he's only started 2 games. He's getting this type of attention. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's a conference that has had players like Bo Jackson, Herschel Walker. I mean, but you're talking about the hype that's around a guy. Then again, they weren't the quarterbacks. They were just great runners.
Right. Well, and there's a lot more attention on college football now than there was when either of those guys are playing. So that I think is part of it too. But yeah, the quarterback's always going to generate the most buzz, and when your last name is Manning, that takes things to a whole nother level. So there you go. All right, I want to talk about some of the other teams in this conference.
Who's coming today? Who's Boomer Sooner coming today?
Boomer Sooner will be here this afternoon. You've got interesting. There have been 8 teams that have been represented through the first 2 days of this event. Only 2 of those 8 teams are teams that Texas will play this season. You had Vanderbilt on day 1, and you had Georgia on day 2. So today and tomorrow is when most of the meat of Texas's schedule will be here in Atlanta. Today you've got 3 teams that the Longhorns will play, and then tomorrow you've got 3 more teams that the Longhorns will play. So that's why we're sticking around here for the entirety of this week, just to see what we can get. But you've got Alabama and Mississippi State this morning, and then you've got Florida and Oklahoma, a couple of teams that the Longhorns will see back-to-back at the beginning of October. They will be here this afternoon, Buck.
I got to believe that both of those, Alabama's wondering if they're wondering if they got the right guy, because they're all about national championships. They're not about 8 or 9 wins. And Mississippi State's got to be thinking the same thing. No, it's first year, second year coach, but they got to be thinking the same thing. Even though they're Mississippi State, they're wondering, damn, is this the right guy? is the right guy. And it's hard for them because they don't win anyway. They haven't been winning anyway, you know?
Right. Well, we'll go in order. We'll start with Alabama, who's one of the teams that's going this morning. And, Alabama last year, 9-3 in the regular season. They just missed out on the college football playoff. They got embarrassed by Michigan in the ReliaQuest Bowl last year. I don't know how much Alabama really cared about that game. And I think that's what we're supposed to do now that we're in the SEC, right? If you lose a bowl game in the SEC, you just say you didn't want to be there.
Right.
That's how it works. So I guess Alabama just didn't want to be there. But a disappointing year. Obviously, 2 years ago, they made it to the college football playoff. And they took Michigan to overtime that year. Nick Saban leaves. It's always tough to replace shoes like that. We're talking about the greatest college football coach of all time. Even though 9-3 for a lot of schools, especially in year one with the head coach, isn't bad, for Alabama, it just wasn't good enough.
No.
So it does feel like it's a pretty big year for Kalen DeBoer. And Alabama, looking at the Vegas over-under right now, Alabama is at 9.5. That's tied with Texas and Georgia as the highest win total in the conference this year. So Alabama is kind of right there in that first tier of teams, at least first tier of teams in terms of projections for who can win the Southeastern Conference in 2025.
I'll be the judge of how many they win. Roll Tide.
Tell us then, Judge. I'll ask you the over-under question right now. Over-under 9.5 regular season wins for High Tide.
They're losing 4 games.
They're going 8-4?
Yeah.
I didn't think Kalen DeBoer was going to get fired after just 2 years, but if they go 8-4, he is 2 in barbecue.
Well, you made me. I got written down here 9-3, but then you made me just want to just dislike them for one more loss somewhere. But no, I'm gonna stick with my original. I'll take off the 8-4. They'll be 9-3.
What happened in the last 10 seconds that made you change your pick?
You making me feel like they're with Kalen DeBoer. Just
what did I say?
That guy is not going to go 8-4. 9-3 will be at its worst.
Well, that's still under. Again, the number's at 9.5. So if you have 8 wins or 9 wins, it's still the under for your cousins out there in Vegas. And 9-3 wasn't good enough to get the Crimson Tide into the playoff last year. Maybe there's a chance it's good enough this year. Obviously, we have to see what happens around college football. But, man, 2 years in a row in a 12-team CF. People would have been calling for Nick Saban's head, as ridiculous as it sounds.
Yes.
Whenever Nick Saban lost a game, you had Bama fans freaking out. Oh, my God, he's done. He's done. He's lost his fastball. We got to make a move while we still can. If Nick Saban missed 2 4-team playoffs in a row, it would have been the end of the world. If Kalen DeBoer misses 2 12-team playoffs in a row, what's the meltdown going to be like in T-Town?
Well, the real switcheroo is, they'll beat Georgia. Although it's at Georgia, but
they're not beating Georgia this year.
They're going to beat Georgia. They'll beat Georgia this year. They always beat Georgia.
I know. Well, don't forget.
Texas doesn't beat them, but Alabama finds a way to beat them.
Don't forget, Georgia has not lost a home game.
I don't care. That's over with too.
Since BC, before COVID. I think that's what that means. Whenever you see BC written down somewhere. So that game is in Athens this year. That was one of the best games we had in college football. And when Alabama got out to that huge lead, looked like it was over at halftime. Georgia comes all the way back. They take a lead with like 4 minutes left, and then you had that sensational Ryan Williams touchdown catch and run to give Roll Tide the victory. I mean, it's always awesome when these two teams get together. And, yeah, more often than not, it's Bama who finds a way to get it done. But I don't know, man. In Athens, I would lean Georgia there, but that's fair. Okay, so that's one loss. Talking over you now.
At South Carolina, they're going to lose to South Carolina at South Carolina.
They almost lost at home to the Cox last year.
Well, they're going to lose the Cox this year.
All right, that's 2.
They're going to lose at home against LSU.
That's 3. Did you see what they did last year at LSU?
Yeah.
They beat them by like 50 in Death Valley.
Yeah, the LSU will be rolling pretty good. Okay. That's job hunting time for their head coach. LSU will get that win.
So that's 3. Any more on there?
No, there's no more losses on that. They'll beat Auburn. Who cares? Hey, by the way, they're gonna punish Oklahoma for what happened last year.
Yeah, that was.
Don't they have to punish that group?
You would think. That was one of the most surprising results. We talk about best games. You talk about one of the most surprising games last year was Alabama losing 24-3 in Norman. The game obviously
and I
in
think
Tuscaloosa.
I think that Alabama will win that first game at Florida State just because they're Alabama. As soon as they take the field, the kids at Florida State will be horrified because of the way they played last year, you know?
I would pick any SEC team, maybe outside of Mississippi State and Kentucky, to win at Florida State this year.
Wow.
So I don't think it has anything to do with Alabama being Alabama. I think it has everything to do with Florida State. And look, they're not going to go 2-10 this year. They're going to be better. But if Florida State was here, I'd be very curious to see where folks would pick them in the SEC preseason poll. Because I think Vanderbilt could roll into Florida State and beat them. I think last year they definitely would have beaten Florida
they definitely
State.
would have won. You're right.
So I don't know. We'll see what FSU has cooking with your guy, Thomas Castellanos, at quarterback there. But no, Bama's not losing that one in Tallahassee. They're a double-digit favorite. They're gonna steamroll FSU. They've got Wisconsin in week 3, which is an interesting one, but that is a home game for Bama, so I don't think they're going to lose that. And they did win at Wisconsin last year, so yeah, I'm taking the over for Bama. I think this is a 10-2 team. I think this is a college football playoff team this year. I think whether or not they make it back to Atlanta for the conference title game will come down to conference tiebreakers because I think there's going to be a few 10-2 teams. I think Texas is 10-2. I think Georgia might be 10-2 this year as well. So I think, we'll see what happens in regards to the SEC championship. But I think this is a Bama team that does make it to the CFP, and Kalen DeBoer proves that he knows what he's doing out there.
Yeah, I mean, that Tennessee game is different too, you know.
Yeah, that is a home game
last year.
That's a tough schedule. I mean, they got to play Georgia, Tennessee, LSU, Oklahoma,
at South Carolina.
At South Carolina, they
usually a tough schedule.
They usually beat Auburn, but sometimes games at Auburn get a little interesting. So, I mean, look, they needed 4th and 31 last year to beat Auburn, and Kalen. No, that was 2 years ago. I beg your pardon. They took care of Auburn relatively easily last year, but weird stuff sometimes happens. Last time they did play at Auburn, there was that 4th and 31 when Nick Saban was still there, and obviously Isaiah Bond was a member of the Crimson Tide too. So, yeah, that could be an interesting one on November 29th. But I'm higher on Roll Tide than you are. I've got them.
I'm not that high on them. I mean, and I after talking to you the other day, this Missouri team is going to be they're going to be, they have nobody coming back. This is going to be interesting. But a lot of people have them as winners, Well,
we'll say Missouri's here tomorrow, so we'll dive into Mizzou a little bit more on Thursday's show.
Yeah, I'm still I'll stay at 9-3.
Okay. Any thoughts? We won't spend as much time on Mississippi State, although we should talk about them a little bit because Texas will play in Starkville this year. That game on October 25th, the final of a long road trip for Texas, where the Longhorns will not play a single home game at DKR in the entire month of October. They go at Florida, the OU game in Dallas, at Kentucky, and at Mississippi State. That's 4 straight games right there. So there's maybe that threat of it's a lot of travel, a lot of time away from home. It's a bunch of games in a row. Anything about Mississippi State scare you going into 2025?
Well, the opener is nothing. I mean, that's Southern Miss. I mean, so that's on the road. But then they've got 1, 2, 3, 4. They got like 4 straight games at home to get well. They're going to find out a lot about what kind of team they have. And in year 2, you would expect them to be better under their second-year coach than they were under their first-year coach. You know what I mean? He's got a year of knowing about the SEC and understanding about his players. But I just don't know if they had enough good players.
I don't either. And I think they're going to be picked to finish last in this conference this year.
I do too.
Mississippi State in 2024 went 5-7. This year, their Vegas over-under is at 3.5.
Wow.
So you're talking about them maybe taking a step. Taking a step would be making a bowl game. The folks out in the desert, they don't think that's going to happen.
Well, they do have Alcorn State, Southern Miss, Northern Illinois on their schedule, right?
Yes. Sorry, Mississippi State was not 5-7. They're 2-10.
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
on me. Actually, that's on the person who stole my Phil Steele magazine from my table, because I should have that right in front of me.
Yeah, they've got some teams that they can beat. They can get 3 or 4 wins, BK. Well, as a matter of fact, they better get 3 or 4 wins. They better get to 4 wins. With their head coach, they're going to be saying, "No, we got the wrong guy."
I don't know. Like, I didn't love the Jeff Lebby hire for them in the first place, right?
Absolutely. There's a lot of people that did. A lot of people with their university didn't know.
Well, he was the offensive coordinator at Oklahoma, and I don't think Oklahoma fans liked him that much. Like, usually, yeah, if you're getting poached as an offensive coordinator, it means you're doing a tremendous job, and like, oh, you were so good that somebody wants you to be their head coach. And it's usually the fan base of the previous team that's upset that you're leaving. With Jeff Lebby, I think Oklahoma fans were like, all right, like that's fine. We don't need you. And of course, he was the guy that brought Art Briles on the sideline for some Oklahoma games when he was there,
right?
Because he's related to Coach Briles. So I think that kind of pissed some Oklahoma fans off as well. But yeah, I thought Jeff Lebby. Look, it's Mississippi State. Like, they're not picking from the same coaching pool that Alabama and Georgia and Texas and LSU are. I understand that, but I thought Jeff Lebby was kind of an interesting direction for them to go. And I don't know how long of a leash he'll get, but my expectations for him to turn that program around aren't very high.
No, I mean his ceiling there in any given year is probably going to be 7.
Oh yeah, I mean if they get to 7 this year, that doubles their
They're not
Vegas
getting
win
to 7
total.
this year, but I'm saying if he's still around in 2 more years, their ceiling for what they expect of him will be like 7. That's it. Hey, nice year. Keep your job again. Keep winning 7 or 8, getting us to a bowl game.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
they're bringing in that. Didn't that quarterback play at Baylor for like 2 years?
Yeah, Blake Shapen, he was here this morning.
Always hurt. He's another one. He's like Texas Tech quarterbacks. He's always down with some weird injury, shoulder or knee or whatever. SEC, he'll be knocked out.
Interesting game for Mississippi State in week 2. They host Arizona State.
Yes.
Mississippi State actually went on the road in Tempe last year and almost beat Arizona State early in the season. We know how good Arizona State turned out to be, winning the Big 12 and giving Texas everything we wanted and then some in the playoff. So, like, that'll be a test. I think Arizona State's going to win that game in Starkville, but it's a good early season chance for Mississippi State to represent the SEC pretty well, but also to show that, hey, maybe Jeff Lebby does have things trending in the right direction.
Well, yeah, I mean, they would hope to be 3-1 before they play Tennessee.
Right. Yeah, it's Southern Miss, Alcorn State, and Northern Illinois are their other 3 games. So it might come down to whether or not Mississippi State can win one SEC game for them to hit their Vegas over this year.
I agree.
Last year they didn't. They went over in the conference. So it's, can they get an SEC victory? That might be whether or not your ticket cashes out there in the desert.
Yeah,
right.
With my cousin, there's going to be way more betting against them than with them, no matter who they play.
You're not going to get some favorable lines this year.
No.
I can't imagine. I think Hail State's going to be pretty big dogs in most of their games. I would love to see them beat A&M in College Station. That'd be pretty fun.
Oh my gosh! Why would you want them to beat? What is wrong with you?
If that's their only conference win this year, you wouldn't enjoy that. Oh no, you're an Aggie fan. I forgot. You would not enjoy that.
I want them getting beat until the very end.
You'd be devastated. All right, we will get to Florida and Oklahoma in a moment. We also we got to play this clip of an old recruiting story for the Buck.
I saw that the other day.
Why
are we bringing back that kind of stuff? We know about that story.
Well, I want to hear you respond to the story that Dan Campbell told Billy Lucci at Texas.
All true.
Okay. All right. We'll play the clip and we'll make sure everything is actually true. But before we get anywhere else, how about a few more sponsor shout outs?
Still our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway for all your alcohol needs. Big party, small party, or just going in to find a great bottle of wine. You can find it at 34 Wine and Spirits. It's located 4601 Southwest Parkway, right at the end of the Southwest Parkway as you head towards town, going from west to east, folks. That's where you'll find Altstadt Beer. How about that? The greatest beer in the world is located there, too, and all its different varieties.
Yeah, I can't wait to get back home so I can get back to my Altstadt fridge.
You had enough peach? Have you had enough peach cobbler, peach beer?
I've had enough whatever they have out here in Georgia. They don't have Altstadt here, unfortunately. So, yeah, I can't wait to get back home to the friendly confines of Central Texas and get me some Altstadt beer. Like the Buck said, the best beer in the world, and we're lucky enough to have it all across the Lone Star State. So whether you're tuned in from Austin, San Antonio, DFW, or Houston, you could go to your local liquor store. You could go to your local watering hole and get you some Altstadt beer. A number of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. Definitely check out their summer seasonal peach radler. Speaking of the peaches, their lager mixed with juice from real Fredericksburg peaches makes for a super refreshing beer that's very easy to drink and perfect for these red hot summer days. If that's not your thing, they've got the lager, the Kolsch, the Hefeweizen, the great light beer as well. I'm telling you, something for everyone. Get you some the next time you're at 34 Wine and Spirits. It is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Nice.
And a shout out to another one of our great travel partners, our friends at Port O'Connor Premier Lodge. If you're looking for a place to go this summer, but you don't want to have to get on a plane and deal with TSA and all of the craziness that goes along with air travel these days. I mean, y'all watch our show. You see the videos we play. How about a trip down to Port O'Connor to see our buddy Captain Rhino and his great team at POC Premier Lodge. They are an all-inclusive fishing and hunting lodge that provides a bunch of different options and packages to fit your wants and needs. They've got bay fishing, they do flounder gigging, navigation tours, easy for me to say, and evening cruises as well. Our friends at POC Premier Lodge are sure to provide you with excellent service and memories that you won't soon forget. So again, you want to take a great trip, you want to get on some fish, hit up our guy, Captain Rhino. You can find him online at POCPremierLodge.com, or you can reach out to him directly, 361-210-8494. That's 361-210-8494. Shout out to one of our great travel partners, Port O'Connor Premier Lodge.
Sweet.
All right. Let's talk about the afternoon slate, Buck. Two more teams that the Longhorns will see in 2025. We'll start with the Florida Gators, and then we'll save the worst for last with our Oklahoma conversation. Florida, an interesting team. And, you know, for a lot of last year, it felt like there was going to be a coaching change in Gainesville. Billy Napier got the dreaded vote of confidence from his athletic director before the final month of the season started. And then Florida went out and ended the year as one of the hottest teams in the country. So a lot of love for the Gators based on how they finished 2024. They've got DJ Lagway back for his first full season as the Gators starter at quarterback. They still recruit pretty well. Where are you at with this Gators team this year?
Well, if they can get their wide receivers organized and their quarterback can stay healthy, they should be okay. They'll have enough defense, because they, like you said, they recruit well. They'll have big bodies. They'll look good coming off the bus. But will they be physical enough? Do they have the depth and physicality on that defensive line to hold up to 4 quarters against really good football teams? I don't know if they do, but they can stay in games because of what they have. Some talent. 2 running backs will return. The quarterback, if he's healthy, you might as well say they've got another runner right there. But they have to. Their wide receiver unit has to be good for them. They have to be very good. And they were just kind of average. They're talented guys, but they're kind of average. And if the quarterback can stay healthy, BK, they can win a couple more games. But it's a team that, if you're not careful, they can beat anybody at any time, especially at home.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's going to be a tough test for Texas because, there's going to be 100,000 strong at the Swamp. And look, Texas hasn't played a road game at Florida since, I believe, 1940. So
yeah, they had a nice crowd that came here. I expect Texas to send a nice crowd to Gainesville, to the Swamp to watch a football game. That'll be fun for Texas fans, I guess. But it's going to be a nail bite. It'll be a nail biter, I believe.
I think Texas right now is a 6.5-point favorite for that SEC opener against Florida. And it could be a big game, right? Like, look, hopefully Texas beats Ohio State to start the year and they're 4-0 going into SEC play. But if Texas does drop the opener to the Buckeyes and they're 3-1, and then they've got, at Florida and Oklahoma to start SEC play. Like Texas should win both of those games, but those are
Yes.
two tricky games right there. So if you don't have your ish together, by the time the calendar flips to October, then it could derail your season pretty quickly.
Yeah, if you still have a bunch of question marks by that game, that's a problem. You're right.
Yeah. Florida can't be your second loss of the year. That's what I'll say, because you still got a bunch of tough games, and obviously a trip to Athens you have to make in November. So, look, hopefully Florida's not a loss at all, but you go in there 4-0, you got a little bit more margin for error. If you're 3-1, that's one that's going to feel, I don't want to call it a must-win because that's way too overused, but that's going to feel pretty important for Texas's hopes and dreams to make it back to the CFP.
Yeah, I mean, the game before they play Texas, if they can go to Miami and beat Miami, if Florida can beat Miami, they will be sky high in that SEC opener for Texas. You know that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're going to know a lot about this Gators team because they're 2 games. They also have a bye before Texas comes to town, so no rest advantage either way in that one. But the 2 games that the Gators play before the Longhorns, they go at LSU in week 3 and then at Miami in week 4.
Yeah, they lose those 2 games. Here's another one of those desperate teams again. Here they come. You know,
it could be the fans are already checked out and they're ready to fire Billy Napier, and they don't even care. There's just a general apathy towards the team.
Like that. I would like that to be.
I think because, again, Texas hasn't played there in forever, and it's still early in the year. It's only their second conference game, that they're still going to be invested into that one. But, I'd feel better about Texas's chances if Florida's 2-2.
Yeah, I think Texas, as I said, BK, I think the Longhorns defensively will be able to hold them down scoring-wise. You know, they get 17 points. I kind of thinking that's maybe about it, 17 to 21 points. But I don't know if Florida has enough depth on their defense to stop the Horns. That's the problem.
Last year, Texas beat the brakes off of Florida in Austin. 49-17 was the final score. That game was 42-0, like 3 minutes into the second half. So, yeah, it wasn't as close as the scoreboard indicates. But obviously, DJ Lagway didn't play for Florida there. So, look, I don't think you can chalk up a loss that big on just the quarterback not being there. I think Texas was significantly better than
in a lot of positions, yes.
But obviously, this year, the game's on the road. You would think you're going to have to go up against DJ Lagway. So, some less than favorable circumstances this time around.
No doubt.
I feel pretty good about Texas.
They have to be better. They have to be better at a lot of different positions than just the quarterback. Everybody looks at the quarterback position. But if that guy's outstanding and healthy, they sure have a pretty good chance then.
Yeah, and I like their running back, Jaden Ball. I think he's really good, a young player. I like Jacoby Jackson as well. I mean, there is some talent on the rest of that roster. Again, they've recruited well. Florida right now is in a similar spot that like Texas was in under Tom Herman, to where it's like, yeah, it's a blue blood program. They're still recruiting really well. So there are things you could point to be optimistic, like, hey, we do have the right coach in place. But like we learned with Tom Herman in Austin, like I just feel like Billy Napier is going to have the same fate at Florida. He's doing some things right, but he's not winning enough games to save his job.
Yeah, they're going to give him a vote of confidence, but they're always looking for the next guy.
Yeah, let me ask you this. The over-under for the Gators is 7.5. Last year, they were 7-5 in the regular season. Ended the year on a 3-game win streak, and then they beat Tulane in the Union Home Mortgage Gasparilla Bowl, everyone's favorite. Where are you at with Florida? Over, under 7.5.
I'm going to say that they're going to be over.
You're going to go over?
I'm going to go over.
Okay. You think that's enough for Sunbelt Billy to save his gig?
Yes. I think if they go 8-4, I think he's going to be fine.
I think you're right. If they go 8-4, he will be fine. I'm gonna take the under. I think they go 7-5, and there are going to be some interesting questions. I don't know what his buyout is off the top of my head. If it's absurd, maybe Florida's like, all right, we'll just run it back one more year. But I think if he goes 7-5 again, even with the tough schedule that they have, he's probably toast.
Yeah, 7-5 will get him gone.
It's Florida, right? Like, that's a proud program, a bunch of history and tradition. They should be better than that. So a lot of Gators fans are pissed that Napier's still there. If they win the exact same number of games again next year, then I think a change will be made.
Yeah, they'll offer Sark like $15 million to come there a year.
And Sark will say no because Texas is going to offer him $15.1 million to
There you
stay
go.
in Austin.
But his name would be at the top of their list.
Yeah, I don't. I'm sure they'll call because you call everybody, but like I don't think they realistically believe they're going to get Steve Sarkeesian away from Texas.
They will try everything they can too, because they know how he recruits, and they know if they can keep what they need to keep in Florida instead of guys running off to Texas and Georgia, then they would be okay because he's that kind of recruiter, and they got that kind of money, I believe.
I think the name that makes a lot of sense is Lane Kiffin. Lane's done a great job at Ole Miss. They really like him in Oxford, but I think we all
they
agree
like his shenanigans.
Yeah, they put up with it. Like they had never had a double-digit win regular season before Lane Kiffin got there. So I know they're disappointed they missed the playoff last year, but Lane has done some great things for them. And, that's a guy who's left for bigger jobs a lot in his coaching career.
Yeah, it's not going to be because they're throwing Lane Kiffin out of Ole Miss. It's going to be because he wants something better. He wants a little bit more money.
Yeah, he could get a raise there, and I think Florida's a better gig than Ole Miss. So that could be a name to look out for there. All right, last but not least, as we talk about the 4 teams being represented in the ATL today, the hated Oklahoma Sooners, Buck. They will be here this afternoon. The fire hose drinker Brent Venables will be here, and so will John Mateer, the transfer quarterback coming in from Washington State, who is getting all sorts of hype from around this conference and around the country. One of the most productive quarterbacks in America last year, but he was doing that against less than stellar competition. He is now going up against an SEC schedule and a very, very tough SEC schedule. The over-under for Oklahoma is 6.5. They went 6-6 in the regular year last year, then lost to Navy in the Armed Forces Bowl. Shout out to the troops. Well done, Navy. 6.5, Buck. So the folks at the casinos aren't very high on Oklahoma, but some people around the country seemingly are. Where are you with the Sooners?
I'll give them 7.
Okay, a slight over?
Slight over.
Is that enough to keep Brent Venables around? Please say yes. Please say yes. Please say yes.
Does Mateer have another year after this, or is this his final, or does he have 2 years?
I think he could come back for another year.
Well, I'm thinking if they can get him for 2 years, they can get him. And he has to have a great year to move on. But if he doesn't have a great year and he's just okay, and they get 7, I think they keep him, and they'll let him finish out with Mateer if Mateer stays.
Oh, that'd be so great, man. That's best case scenario. That's best case scenario. I did a radio hit with Tyler McComas and Teddy Lehman up in Norman yesterday, and they're like, "How do Texas fans feel about Brent Venables?" I'm like, "Oh, we love. What do you mean? 49-0, 34-3. We love the guy." And it's like I asked them back. I was like, "What is it going to take for Brent Venables to keep his job? Because that's what we want. Like Texas fans want Oklahoma to, not be good enough to where they make the playoff, but like be good enough, get 7 wins or 8 wins or whatever it's going to take to ensure that Venables is still there. Because if they fire him, they go get somebody better, and that's not good. So I'm hoping they are." 7 or 8 wins, and that's enough to do what you're talking about.
7 will keep him another year.
Oh. He's got a $35 million buyout.
That becomes a burning hot situation there. They just, for that team right now, they couldn't catch the ball last year. They lost all their receivers. They couldn't run it. They couldn't block for the run or the pass. The quarterback play was terrible. They had that defensive line that was pretty good, some linebackers. They were good enough on defense, but offensively, they were inept in every position last year on offense. They were no good. And that's not what people are used to seeing from them. They're used to seeing crazy offense from Oklahoma, and they had crazy nothing offensively.
Yeah, no, you're right. Their offense was terrible. They were really banged up. Everyone on their offensive line got hurt. I think their top 5 receivers all got hurt at one point last year, and then the quarterback play just wasn't there. So it was an offensive disaster for Oklahoma. We all saw it firsthand in Dallas, but it wasn't much better against anybody else that they played. So they've got a new quarterback. They obviously have a new offensive coordinator. They brought in one of the top running back transfers from the portal in Jaden Ott, who 2 years ago was one of the most productive backs in the country. Last year he was hurt and wasn't very good, but they're hoping he can revert back to his 2023 form. They got receivers healthy right now. They went to the portal and got a couple of offensive linemen. So, yeah, their defense, like Brent Venables, you don't question his defense. Oklahoma's defense last year was great. And even though they lost the T-shirt model and they lost Billy Bowman and a couple of other really good pieces on that defense, I still think they are going to have one of the best defenses in the SEC. It all comes down to the offense. Can they be good enough to get Oklahoma back to where they're used to being?
Well, with the new AD coming in, that's not his guy. So who knows? That 7-5 may not do it. So the new AD is going to be, that guy's probably been on the phones talking about their football program with a lot of different coaches. Would you be interested? And what will it take if this guy fails? A lot of ADs start making the move before they actually fail because even they understand what's about to happen. So he's probably got 2 years to straighten it out under the new AD. But don't be surprised if he's not up to snuff, that they're not looking. And this guy will say, "Well, I didn't bring this guy here."
Oh yeah, no. If I'm a new AD at Oklahoma and Brent Venables goes 7-5, like I want the fans to like me. I feel like every athletic director wants his fan base to like him, and CDC does a tremendous job of that. I think just about every Texas fan that exists loves CDC. You want to make your fan base happy early on the job. You fire Brent Venables and bring somebody in way better. You want to piss your fan base off. You keep Brent Venables around after a 7-5 season.
Yeah.
And then it's like, really, that's the first big decision you're making. You're keeping this guy here who has clearly proven that he's not good enough for this program. So
yeah, he's got that two-year window with a new AD. But once again, like you said,
I don't know.
that fan base is hot right now with this guy. So if he rolls in there, if he gets 6, he's gone.
If he gets 6, he's gone. Yeah, I think if he gets 7, he's gone too. I really do.
That'd be interesting.
It will be interesting. And if Oklahoma plays Michigan, that's why I said that. If Oklahoma had Missouri's schedule in the SEC, maybe Tennessee's schedule in the SEC, I'd have them winning 8, maybe 9 games this year. But we keep talking about their last 7 games, Buck. Texas, at South Carolina, Ole Miss, at Tennessee, at Alabama, Missouri, LSU. Like, that's a murderer's row outside of Mizzou there to end the year. The good news is, it is later in the year, so they've got time to break in their new offense and their new quarterback. But, that is brutal right there. They could be
along
good
the way,
and
they
still
can't
lose.
be stumbling. They got, Michigan at home. They got Auburn at home. They can't stumble.
Oh.
They can't lose to Auburn.
They can't lose to Auburn. That's Zay yesterday called that the big payback. James Brown. It's that game for Jackson Arnold. And it is. It's a huge game for Arnold, but how much of a disaster would it be for Oklahoma if, the quarterback who sucked there and then they basically kicked him out, if he goes back in there into Norman and beats his former team? Are you kidding me?
I think I got to root for Auburn there big time, yes.
Oh, 100%. I would love to see it happen. I don't think it will, but I would love to see that happen. Kidding me?
Yeah, that's a fun Saturday right there now.
It is. But yeah, look, Oklahoma, they should be 5-0 going into the Cotton Bowl. Like, they're going to be favored against Michigan at home in week 2. That's a toss-up, but they'll be favored there. And I think they're going to be favored against Auburn. And then their other 2 games are Illinois State and Temple on the road. I don't know why Oklahoma's traveling to Temple.
No kidding.
But
they need a payday.
I don't know. And then, Kent State is their other game. That's who they get before Texas. So Texas will be struggling at the Swamp, and OU will be dealing with the golden flashes from the MAC.
Kent State. That group's got you have a chance to lose 6 in a row.
Right. Yeah, they should be 5-0, at worst 4-1. But then, it's like they could be good and go 2-5 in their last 7 games.
No kidding. They could lose. What am I saying? They could lose 7 games in a row.
They could.
Wow.
I think I have the over. I think they're 7 wins. I'm going to give them 7. I'm going to give them the over.
You like me? Give them 7.
If things go right, it could get to 8, maybe 9. But I just, it's more of a vote against.
That quarterback is going to have to be really good for them to get to 9.
And I think he is good, but like, I don't know if he's really good. So that's fair. And then I think the coach is just, I don't trust him. I don't trust him in this spot. So Oklahoma's giving him everything. New GM, new offensive coordinator, the top transfer portal quarterback. Like, they really want Brent Venables to succeed. They are not hamstringing
They needed
him.
to get some top portal wide receivers there. Because when that whole group was good, when you miss like 5 guys in a game, I'm going to look around and say, wait a minute, one of you guys got to be healthy enough to play in this game. What the hell is going on here? Did you guys have a meeting together or something? All 5 of you starters decided not this week?
They were all pretty banged up last year. And Deion Burks was their big transfer that they got 2 off seasons ago from Purdue. He like barely played a season ago. So like that, he's obviously healthy to start the year now, but Oklahoma they had nobody. They had no offense when they played Texas. Texas won that game by 31. They should have won it by 51 a year ago. So big year for Brent Venables, big year for Oklahoma. All right, we got to get to this audio from Texags here.
Go ahead.
You got to rehash some old wounds. But before we do that, how about a word from our travel partner and our great friends over at AV Consultations?
Hey, y'all, I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
Folks, our good friends over at Syntex Tickets, use that promo code Syntex10 for get 10% off of course, tickets, whether it's concerts, comedy acts, you name it, Broadway, Vegas, the whole works. Use Syntex 10 as your promo code and get 10% off of all your ticket purchases.
Yes,
love Syntex tickets.
Agreed, and love Covert Bee Cave as well. If you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, go see our friends at Covert Bee Cave. We did fly to the ATL this time around, but we did get a Covert car for our road trip to Atlanta that we made last December for the SEC championship game. Love our friends at Covert Bee Cave. They always hook us up, and they will do the same for you because they've been hooking Central Texans up for more than 100 years. If you don't know what you're looking for, just go to Covert Bee Cave. They've got 42 acres of cars, trucks, and SUVs, both new and pre-owned. So something for everyone. So you don't have to spend all of your time driving around the city searching for the vehicle you're looking for. Just go to covertbeecave.com or Covert Bee Cave off of Highway 71 and see what they've got. And what do they say about those Covert prices, Buck?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Not now, not ever. All right. I'm sorry to do this to you, but we have to do this to you because
you could do it tomorrow.
Could do it tomorrow, but tomorrow we're going to save my motel pictures and videos.
Oh, no.
We're going to get into that. I've taken a bunch already, and I will take more as I have to stay one more night at the Inn at the Peach Trees.
Oh, my God.
It's not as nice as it sounds. I don't know if it even sounds nice, but the disastrous living situation that I have this week in Atlanta. We'll have some pictures, we'll have some videos, and I will show y'all what I have been dealing with. By the way, we are I've stayed there 3 nights now, Buck.
You didn't get out.
Still no house. No, I haven't gotten out. I'm still there. I see Jordan Peele is outside making sure I don't get out right now. Still no housekeeping.
Wait, no clean towels?
No clean towels, no clean sheets. Like my room, no one's gone into my room. I've left it.
That's kind of a good thing, though.
It's probably for the best. Like, I don't want anything to get stolen. I don't leave anything very valuable in there.
Let that be a lesson to hit target the minute you roll into town anywhere.
But it's making me think that maybe the sheets weren't even clean. Maybe the bed was made just the last guest.
Probably not.
Maybe the last guest who stayed just decided to make the bed on their way out.
That is so nasty.
Yeah, so we got some pictures of some of the stains and smears, some of the other crazy things that have happened during my my stay in Atlanta. We'll do that tomorrow. But we do need to play this. This kind of blew up from, I don't want to call them our friends at Texags because they're definitely not our friends, those people. But Billy Lucci recently had an interview with Detroit Lions head coach Dan Campbell, who, of course, played his college football at Texas A&M University. And we've got the whole sound. We might start and stop this a couple of times in the middle of it to get Buck's thoughts. But it's Billy Lucci asking Dan Campbell about his recruitment. And he considered Texas for a while, obviously ended up signing with Texas A&M. But, Bucky, you get mentioned by name by both Billy and Dan Campbell here.
Yes, I do.
Here is the recollection of Bucky's recruitment of Dan Campbell.
Well, that and the Longhorn coach, what happened on that recruiting? He came to see you, and that's a great story. Was it Bucky? Tell that one, because that's a classic. Bucky Godbolt.
Yeah. First of all, look, my parents, and Billy, you know my parents, but my dad, I mean, he's a cowboy, man. We grew up in the country, working cattle, goats. He's also a Marine, and so he's wanting me to go to A&M. I'd had a cousin, family member that went to University of Texas, so that piqued my interest because my older cousin went there. You know, it's like. But A&M had been on me, and, man, they showed interest from the get-go. But my dad, man, he really wanted me, A&M. A&M's right for you. It matches you. It makes too much sense. Yeah, I got it, Dad. Well, Bucky comes out there, recruiting coordinator, or, came out recruiting me from Texas, and we live out in the middle of nowhere. So I had to give him, in the dirt road, you're going to take a left when you see this, yada, yada. You're going to cross the bridge and, all this. And, you're writing down what I'm telling you here. And so he gets there and he gets out of his truck. And, of course, Mom and Dad come out. We got dinner. They made dinner for him. They get out of the house. He gets out of the car and his eyes are, they're like this big. And he's got this look like, what? He goes, man, I've never seen a black deer like that, and my dad because I knew what it was immediately. And, my dad just looks at me and drops his head like, and so I know that was already strike one. And it ended up, they were Spanish goats that our neighbors had that had gotten out through the creek bed, and they were on our side of the fence, but they're just our neighbors' goats, man. They're just Spanish goats. And so my dad, when he said that, it was a downer. And needless to say, RC's.
We'll pause it right there. All of that true in your memory, Buck?
It's all true, man. They took me. I was at that time, instead of going to Dallas Carter to recruit, in places like that, I was going to Stephenville and Alvarado and places like that. I was going to places that, you took 5 lefts, two cattle fences. I mean, I was going across places like shit. I mean, if you missed a turn there, dude, it was like you were done. And that was towards the evening. It was starting to get dark there. I was going there for dinner. And what a great family. I mean, their mom and dad had a great meal. I had a great time. Nothing's going to be said bad about me, I guarantee you there. It was pretty close. That kid, he really was interested in Texas. It wasn't one of those deals. His dad wanted him definitely to be at A&M. And he went to where he should have gone, but he really was interested in Texas. But I wasn't at my best there. I wasn't really trying to be at my best because this was like, I didn't want to roll over into some creek and have some Mexican goat eat me. That was the biggest looking thing. I thought it was a deer. I'd heard about black deer before, and this thing was huge. And if you look at a Mexican goat, it looks like a black longhorn. Those things are huge.
I think it was a Spanish goat, not a Mexican goat, but
whatever.
All
Spanish
Latino,
goat, Mexican
all Latino goats are not the same.
All Latino goats look alike. Dude, that thing was huge.
All goats matter.
Yeah, I mean, it was huge. It was the biggest thing I'd ever seen. Plus, it was dark, and I'm trying to make sure that I'm not late because I don't I don't want to be late. I never want to be late for recruiting dinners when mom is cooking dinner. So, by the way, I had a truck. I did drive a truck there.
Did it look like this?
Yeah, dude, look at that thing.
I just Googled Spanish goat, and this is one of the first images that popped up. So you walk, thought this was a deer?
Dude, it was dark. Look at the horns on that thing.
Those don't look like deer antlers to me. I mean, look, I'm not going to sit here and act like I know that was a Spanish goat, but black deer would not have been my first guess.
Well, it was my first one because I had seen enough deer jumped across the road on the way out there.
Oh my God!
What a great family, though, man. He had a great family. That was a great meal there. But his dad wasn't having him going any place but Texas A&M.
We could have had Dan Campbell at Texas, and we could be rooting for him and the Lions right now as the head coach in the NFL. And now we got to be Dan Campbell haters.
It's better to root against. I root for him anyway. I root for him and his family. I like him. I like him a lot. That guy was a maniac.
All right, we'll bring on the boys. We got Wags and one of your old friends, Ty Henderson, co-hosting with
Ty.
Wags
What's
today.
happening, man?
Can we get the rest of the story?
Yeah, here we go.
He went to A&M.
Yeah, the rest of it is.
Yeah, but I want to hear the experience after the black deer.
Shows up about 3 weeks later. He knew exactly what they were.
Some great Spanish goats out there.
Those are beautiful Spanish goats you got there, Larry. And he was like, "Well, those aren't mine. Appreciate that, coach, but those are, he's all in now."
So that was the rest of it was just R.C. Slocum, the head coach at A&M, coming by and like knowing exactly what those animals were. And
let me tell you something. R.C. didn't know that. Somebody had to tell him that. That dude didn't know that Spanish goat. He thought it was an Asian goat, probably.
I wish somebody told you before you showed up to that house.
Hey, that should have been Bobby Jack Wright going out there to those places. Why am I out there in the middle of out in the fields? Because I coached offense. Oh.
I don't know.
They had Bobby Jack, and they had him. He was recruiting Dallas Carter. I should have been in the city. I'm at Alvarado, Stevensville. I'm out in the middle of nowhere.
You cost us Dan Campbell. It's all right. Texas was fine back then. I don't know how much Dan Campbell would have helped, but you did cost us. You did cost us an opportunity to land a long-time NFL tight end, and now a great NFL head coach.
What can I say? What can I tell you? Priest Holmes, Ricky, that was fine.
You got to apologize. You got to take the blame for it. He let us down.
Hey, couldn't get them all.
Yeah, couldn't get them all. There you go. What's going on, boys? How are y'all this morning?
Living the dream, man. What you got going on in hot Atlanta there, amigo?
Man, just walking around, schmoozing.
Trying to get his sheets changed, Wags. He's still on the same sheets than when he got there.
I heard that, man. No clean towels, no sheets either.
I hope they were clean when I got.
I mean, this is probably a stupid question, and we usually do this, but not for this reason. Did you bring your own towels by any chance?
No.
Like a towel?
I did not bring my own towels. No, I've never felt the need to do that because I usually stay at.
That's true, Buck. I don't know why we don't do that either. It's just go buy a cheap damn towel, right?
The thing is, though, going to Target, like I don't have a car out here.
That's true. Yeah.
So that's an
Uber. You can't just walk over to Target or Walmart.
No, it's probably like $30 for an Uber. Yeah.
I was gonna say that's like a $20 Uber to Target. Then I'm buying the towels for I don't know $5, not much. But then he's got to
buy a gun to get out of there.
Then I got to buy a gun to get out of there because they sell those at Target, I think. And then I got to get another $20 Uber to get back to my hotel. And it's like, it's not just, go buy some cheap towels. It's spend like an hour and spend $50 getting some towels.
They might sell guns at Target in Texas. I'm not sure about Georgia. I don't know what the gun laws there are in Georgia.
I don't know.
I love it. I go to Target and then I get to a hotel and it's an okay hotel. And I leave a note for the lady who's cleaning. These are for you, too. I got these for you. And they're gone. They take those bad boys.
What, did you leave nudes on there?
No, I left the last one I was in Pennsylvania when I stayed at Motel 6. When I finally got to the other hotel, I had already had these 2 nice towels that I got from Target. Well, they were nice for me because they were better than the tablecloths that they gave me at the hotel. And I left a little message for her with some money, with some change on there. And she was so thankful. She took those 2 damn towels. She was so happy to get those. But I always start with Target. That's my first stop when I get to a place. I don't trust.
I don't know why I do it. I still take the all the damn hygiene stuff that the The
Nah,
hospital
I don't
gives, or
want
not
that
the
stuff.
hospital. The damn hotel gives me. I still take them.
I don't want any of that stuff. You can keep that soap. You can keep that ivory soap or whatever it is.
You know what? I didn't pay for it, and I might need it. While I'm
just-
on the road, you never know.
You never know. No, I wish I did. I used the shampoo for the first time today.
Oh boy.
And I think my hair smells worse after using it. It feels
It's not about
oily.
the smell, it's about the feel. It's about getting like Ty. Ty's got those golden locks.
Yeah.
man.
Ty, you can tell that we're traveling first class here at TSU.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm never been a bring a towel to a hotel guy, but I'm usually not spending too much time in the hotel when I'm on vacation.
Yeah, that's it. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I haven't spent a lot of time there either. But unfortunately, it's one of those things where you'd like to just go to sleep when you get to the hotel. I haven't been able to sleep much. So I feel like I have spent a bunch of time in this room that I'm in.
I will
don't
say
sleep well
I
in
had
a
my
hotel
first
anyway.
Motel 6 experience recently, and
Oh.
those towels, I don't know how they expect you to dry off with those things. So
Did they leave a light on for you?
But what's up?
Did they leave a light on for you?
Oh, this was after a wedding in Fort Worth, and I woke up in the morning with, I guess I Uber Eats like 5 entrees from Whataburger. And I was still in my tuxedo, laying in my bed. I had spilt like a Wada-sized drink in the bed, was just sitting in the
Oh
Dr.
my
Pepper.
God.
The
No.
ladies just came into the room, and I was like, yeah, give me 3 minutes and I'll be out of here. I think I left half the things I brought to the wedding, but I was a Motel 6, so I didn't get charged for messing up
Oh
the
my
sheets or anything.
God.
But
Wow.
yeah,
Hey,
it was a rough one.
those ladies were
We're all
probably
learning lessons about trips and stays. You got to stay at a place comfortable. If you're going to go, you can't worry about who's going to knock on your door, or you can't come indoors on an elevator, but your room is still outdoors once you get upstairs.
those ladies were probably so thrilled that it was Coke instead of some other stain
Yeah.
that was on the sheets. I don't know if they believed you when you told them, but they would have loved that.
It was a bad scene in there. That's for sure.
Hey, so
All right.
Sorry, Ty, to cut you off. I thought you were done, amigo. My bad.
Oh, yeah, I'm good.
So I got to be like all these other journalists trying to get these questions in Arch. BK, were you there for the scene for that? I missed a little bit of the show.
No, because I was on the show yesterday while Arch was down there for his breakout session. So, I mean, I saw some pictures. I talked to some folks who were down there, and it was a madhouse. I mean, it was a madhouse. Far and away the biggest crowd of the week so far, and I don't think that's going to change.
I saw the main podium where Sark was supposed to be.
Yeah.
And then I saw all the press gathered around about 15 minutes before Arch was supposed to even be showing up. Wild scene, man. Wild scene.
Wild scene. Yeah.
Someone said today, have you ever dried off with toilet paper from Motel 6? I have never got to the point where I've done that. I'll go stand by the air conditioning that you turn on right there that's below the window.
Yep.
I'll stand in front of that first before I go to toilet paper. Or I'll get a shirt I'll get one of my other shirts and wipe off, but no, I've never done that. I've never
They give you like 7 curtains there, don't they? Just take one of the curtains.
Oh God, a Motel 6 curtain.
Oh no, you don't want those, BK. Those are terrible.
Oh.
How about the sunlight coming through? How about the shade that's supposed to keep the sunlight out of the room?
It's
just
that's
showing a little
actually-
moose knuckle.
That's
Just showing a
actually-
little moose knuckle with the sun coming down on you, getting that vitamin. What is it? D. Yeah, it's D. I was gonna say E, but it's D.
Vitamin D. Yeah, no. As long as no one brings a black light in there, I'll be okay for this final night in there. All right, guys. We'll
All right, boys, have a good one. Good to see you, Ty.
Good to
see y'all tomorrow, guys.
Later, brother. There they go. Here we are. Welcome to an edition of Chaos Theory, old school style. Throwback Wagner Wire / Bucky and Aaron morning show. We got the connector here. The tie-in, those of you guys, old school guys, know that BK used to be the producer for Bucky and Aaron back in the day. Then I kind of tried to fill the shoes for BK there. Then Zay came in, then Ty came in. So we got a nice little train coming on here for Chaos Theory. What's up, brother? How are you, amigo?
Been good. Hopefully you can hear me. I've been having some Wi-Fi issues.
Oh yeah, you're good. I got you loud and clear. What everybody else, cool. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear Ty. Put a 2 in the chat if you can't hear Ty. Put a 3 in the chat if you're here to see Ty look good with that luscious hair. Man, I'm trying to get mine like yours, amigo. I'm trying.
I think a haircut's due for me. It's getting a little too long. The beard. I've now gone to where I don't do anything to my beard myself besides my neckline. So to not look like a caveman, I have to essentially go get a haircut. But yeah, no, it's a little hot for the summer right now.
I got one coming up. I know. I'm speaking of that. Like I was trying to grow this out, trying to get it, luscious locks like yourself here. But I got to go see my girl V today around 2:00. Gonna go get it trimmed up, maybe just a little, get some layers or get a chop just a little bit. Get some taken off the top. I don't want to take it all off the top. I kind of like having it long. I don't want to have a military cut anymore. You know what I mean? Like I feel like that was my persona for so damn long, having like the fro hawk or trying to grow out a little bit of the military look by adjusting to the fro hawk and then having that be so ridiculous being after 40. You're just like, dude, you got to do something with your hair. You got to look like somewhat of an adult.
I mean, at least you still have
I guess that's what inspired me a little bit or motivated me a little bit.
No, I mean, as long as I still have hair on the top of my head, I'll be happy. I already have friends at 27 that are starting to lose it a little bit, and I'm just happy I'm still thick and strong.
I'm with you, man. My buddy Jimmy and my buddy Josh. Shout out. I know both of them watch the show too. So Josh is already bald. Jimmy's trying to salvage it, and you got to embrace it, amigo. Jimbo, you just got to embrace it, man. Go with it. Go. JP just shaves it, so that's what I'll probably do. Like if it comes down to it, if I just start receding so bad or thinning so bad, I'm just gonna go all off. Just give me the Joe Rogan cut, bro.
Yeah, the tweeners are. It always ends up looking a lot worse than
right. Yeah, the salvage hair or shit like that. You just can't do it. But what's up with you, man? How you been? Been good?
Good, yeah. Just working in banking, which never saw myself doing, but it's going well. Downtown Austin. Have to dress a little bit nicer every day, but it's good. I miss the radio.
It's a lot different. It's a lot different than your radio look, man.
Yeah, I was about to say I used to be able to show up in sweatpants and half drunk from the night before.
I mean, you look like a stand-up citizen.
No, I never.
Those of you guys that aren't on the show, there's the guys that can't see on the YouTube channel here. If you're listening to us on the Coda text line, which is 512-222-9328, Ty is decked out in a. Is that technically a sweater vest?
No, it's a vest. It's a vest.
Okay, it's a vest, collared shirt, button-down shirt, hair kind of combed over, looking like Leonardo DiCaprio. Oh, you know what? Looking like a Bradley Cooper back in the day.
I like that.
A nice mane going around his neckline there, as he likes to say. Looking fit and fiddle, amigo. Looking great.
Well, yeah, appreciate it. But other than that, pretty much same.
Like a car. Derek says you look like a car salesman.
Yeah,
you look like you know who you look like? You look like the salmon. That's who you look like. You look like the salmon. Those of you guys that don't know, a little bit of a pullback to our curtain here behind closed doors of all the wonderful pre-work and pre-show stuff that we do for this awesome show. Ty kind of lured me into this. We're all big fans of EA Sports college football, right? We're huge fans of it, and we always try and find a way to play with our friends, right? Somehow, some way, you always try and gaming's just better when you're with your homies, right? That's just the old adage, or at least that's what I always grew up on. So Ty pulls me in, and I'm a sucker. I'm a sucker for an invite. Ty pulls me in. He's like, "Hey, we got this online league, Central Texas only. It's pretty cool, man. I think it'd be a great way to." To kind of, talk about, get some content for the show and everything and kind of, just stay fresh on football, stay fresh on college football. What do you think? Yeah, why not? It should be fun. Let's get in there. Not even 10 minutes in, I've already signed up for my team. I picked Iowa State, and then Ty responds, "Oh yeah, by the way, I think these guys are pretty sweaty." And I mean, those of you guys that don't know, in the gaming world, sweaty means, pretty avid players and people that are kind of like, if you mess something up in gym class, if you're kind of like me in gym class, if you mess something up in gym class, I was probably going to get on your ass. Or if you weren't putting out in gym class, I was going to let you know about it, right? Well, if if you miss a game, or if you're not even if you're not on your timeline, they're trying to keep the pace of at least advancing one week per day. That way we're just not in a huge stall of a season, and it just doesn't get prolonged. So there's like this midnight advancement rule, right? So at midnight, or now it's 11, at 11 the league advances. So I'm sitting here thinking, all right, well, I've already lost my first match. Week 1 I had to play this guy at Kansas State, and Rico the Goat was his name, by the way. Shout out to Rico the Goat. Waxed me 21-7, and of course it's got to be broadcasted so that everybody can see this, all right? So that everybody in the league can see it, because one, you got to have authenticity. You can't be cheating, right? So we do we do streaming on Twitch after hours. So those of you guys that don't see it, you can see us at, usually after 6 o'clock when people start to get off work. So if you guys are interested, tune into Ty's Twitter or my Twitter. We'll be giving you the links for all these games and stuff if you guys want to check it out. But anyways, this dude waxes me 21-7 with Kansas State. By the way, Ty, I think we need to have a conversation about some Heisman sleepers. We'll get to that in a little bit too. Here, we'll hear some sound from Sark as well, from SEC Media Days. Talk about a great day on the recruiting trail yesterday for Texas Longhorns. But yeah, back to the EA Sports tournament here. He gets me in week 1. I go on tilt. I'm already blowing up. I lost 21-7 in week 0 already over in Dublin. Too much Guinness for Matt Campbell and the Crusaders. Oh, by the way, yeah, you have to pick a new coach, right? In EA, you can either be the original coach or you have to pick a new coach. So by the rule states, it's predicated that you have to be a new coach. You can't take anybody's prestige into the next season or into the dynasty season, because that's an advantage, right? You start fresh. Went with the Salmon. Looks like maybe a rendition of a Rob Ryan, not a Rex Ryan, a Rob Ryan, right? Got the hair flowing, kind of like Ty's there, but got some gray going. He's a little on the bigger side of life, right? He's enjoyed life a little bit. Probably a size 40 waistline, a size 40 plus waistline, enjoying some life, enjoying some beer. And, we're a tactician. We're going the Sarkeesian route here. We're not going to rile you up with the, with the Spanish goat stories. We're not going to know our Spanish goats like Bucky's supposed to know going out to Dan Campbell's house. It's not going to happen like that. We're going to wow you on the field. That's we're going to X and O you, right? No. I'm Iowa State. Beck gets hurt my first game, and it's not a 2-quarter game. It's not a it's not a 2-week injury. It's a season-ending injury. All right. So immediately I'm like, God, this sucks. And I'm supposed to be in this dynasty league. And thankfully I didn't see the rules. And I'm getting ahead of myself real quick, but another rule says you can only play a game once. All right. You can only play one, even if you're playing the computer.
Yeah. I mean, what would be the point if you could play more than once?
Right. I didn't put it together. I should have known. So I went on full tilt, absolutely frustrated. It was the first time I had played on Heisman level for 2026. So I was getting my shit pushed in. I was getting worked. And already out without Rocco Beck, right? So my starting quarterback, who's supposed to be the option speedy guru and who can throw on a run too. And by the way, EA made his ratings way overrated. Beck's way overrated in this game. We'll talk a little bit about that later on. But anyways, we had to pull it down just a little bit and just reduce the offense to basically just having Hansen go off tackle to the right and off tackle to the left. So the AI honed in on that. Long story short, lost the first game, rage quit, turned it back on again, got in there, rage quit again. I played this son of a, and all throughout I sustained so many injuries. Like Orange got hurt on defensive tackle, star defensive tackle for Iowa State. He got hurt on defense. And it was like a 6-week injury. And then Hansen got hurt the next game, 4-week injury. I was just getting shitted on, man. So and no one else is having these types of problems in this dynasty league that we are in, right?
Didn't you restarted it 8 times? 8 times.
I played the game 8 times. Finally, on the 8th time, I was triumphant. We got to advance. Got caught. I tried to get ahead of myself, right? And again, remember, I had not seen the rule yet, but should have known. Okay, been in leagues before and should have known. That's kind of like a staple rule, right? As Ty mentioned, what would be the point? Gave an apology, said, guys, full transparency, went absolutely, full tilt, lost my shit, rage quit, had all this happen. Apparently, I upset so many people or a few people that they left the league or some shit like
that. People are coming for your head, but it's 32 people, like the max amount you can have in a dynasty, and it's the first time I've been a part of dynasties, with like 10 or 12 people, but having 32 different personalities that don't even, like, me and a few of us know each other in real life, but
right,
it's going to be fun. I'm excited. I'm definitely not as good as any of these people as well.
I'm probably going to go 3-9, right?
Yeah. Well, like you said, someone last night got their ass kicked and just instantly left, and they were Tennessee, like a good team. And it's
hold on, we got more news, we got more drama.
Yeah, well, I tried to stay out of it last night because I was playing another league and we didn't advance till late or whatever.
How many leagues are you in? And by the way, let's just get it out there. I know our reputation. I know Ty's reputation. That's why I know why he likes to work with money. I know we are no longer, deviants. All right. We are no longer degenerates here. Okay. We are not betting on this. There's no ante to get into this league. If that's what you guys were thinking, there's no money on this league. And I did not cheat. Right. And that's another reason why I thought it was okay. There was no buy-in, right? There was no buy-in. I didn't know people were going to leave because I did it. People were this serious about it, dude.
Hey, y'all should start a Texas Sports Unfiltered like a league with a buy-in.
I'm trying to get. I don't know if we can do a buy-in. I mean, but I am trying to get a Texas Sports Unfiltered league going.
I don't think we're good enough to be talking about money, but I mean, that I saved my wasting money for prize picks and other things like that. So it's, which I do have to. I have a play that I had yesterday that I do have to tell you about at some point. It was a very sad start to my day today.
Oh, if you're on it, why don't we start with the bad shit and we can start with the good shit to kind of cheer you up, or we can end with the good stuff to cheer you up, right?
Okay. Well, yeah. So
before we get going, make sure you hit us up on our socials. Ty is still Texas guy Ty. Boom, amigo. I'm at Not the Fake Wags. He's a Texas guy Ty all throughout. He's universal branded like that. Make sure you hit him up on InstaFace, on Brand X, on TikTok, whichever. Hit me up on Brand X at Not the Fake Wags, and then on InstaFace at The Wagner Wire. And then if you were out and about, like I mentioned, those lottery numbers, 512-255-8678. Again, phone number 512-222-9328. All right. Smash the subscribe button. You guys know the drill. All right. So let's hear the play. Let's hear what's going down.
So let me prep. I mean, we talked about it before when we were prepping for the show. This is probably one of the slowest sports weeks of the year.
Good. I mean, we had a great day for recruiting yesterday, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. So there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff going on, but
sure, like main for great All-Star game last night, but we'll talk
but in terms of stuff to gamble on, this is a bad week.
We're back to the vibe of like Korean League baseball and betting on esports, League of Legends, and shit like that.
So
that's a real thing, by the way.
Exactly. Well, I was about to say. So in the mornings, sometimes it can be a little slow, and just to have some entertainment, I'll bet on some some tennis or Counter-Strike, which I don't even play, but it's fun to watch.
My man's on Counter-Strike. All right.
No, and I.
Hey, is Faker still on there?
OG
Faker,
familiar.
Like, is he still somebody you can bet on? Like that?
Not
that's
familiar.
Usually the play. He's usually a top gamer.
But it's gotten to the point where like I know these guys and like their tendencies and what maps they're good at. So I put together a Counter-Strike and women's tennis 6-leg parlay, and It was all in the morning yesterday. Like I said, not much money. It was like $10 to win, but $10 to win like 900.
20. Hold on. 20. I got to ask this before I forget. Do you have a workbook of stats put on for all the gamers that are good on certain maps? Do you have those projections?
I have an app that helps me organize, like that shows everything, and then just in my head, I just kind of remember tendencies. Same with tennis. It's
amazing
what surface they're good on, but yeah. So it gets
Sorry,
it gets pretty deep.
I had to know.
No, I don't have like a notebook where I'm writing out like Fabian, good at Anubis, like. No.
I thought that's where you were at. I swear to God, like I'm not messing with you. That's where I thought you were at.
Not going that deep, but essentially what happened is the first 5 legs hit. There were some sweaty moments in there where I was like, I honestly, I put it up. I was like, I don't even need to watch this. It's done. Pick it up. We're somehow still alive.
Right. Gotcha.
One of the tennis matches gets delayed till 3 a.m. today. So I'm like, everything hits. I'm like, all right, great. I'm just going to have to either wake up and have $900 or nothing. And essentially, yeah, I woke up about 5 a.m. randomly. First thought in my mind was check the bet. Lost by half a point on the fantasy points on this. And I just, yeah. Pit my stomach.
Look, it's tough for a 3-legger, man, but when you're that close for a 6-legger, that's like the juice. That's like, that'll make your week. You know what I mean? Even if it's not a huge take home, just the fact that you accomplished the 6-leg feat, right?
Oh, it was. I mean, $900 is no small feat.
That's a
in my world.
That's a couple of
it. It would have been different if I had bet, $200-$300, and like that would. I feel like it hurts more when it's like 5. It's like a lottery ticket, and it's right there in front of you, and you got to scratch off that last number, and you need 26. You see the 2, and then you get like 25. It's just
brutal. Or it's like 28, right? It's like
yeah. So it's safe to say I will be. I'm currently chasing this morning, trying to get back to that high, that feeling of going to bed.
Would you say you're on as bad a tilt that I was? 8 times, dude. Yeah. So needless to say, I upset a couple of people in the league and they left. Right. So
yeah, I mean,
I apologize. I issued a heartfelt statement too, and people accepted it. And then of course, I came out and I was fully transparent and said that I had worked on college football 25 before. And that I had, helped with the launch, and now I'm getting nothing but shit in the Discord chat channel. Like, leave it to the week 1. EA Dev is sitting. And by the way, I'm not a dev; I was QA. Week 1, EA Dev is sitting here, cheating, trying to play a game 8 times just so he's not 0-2. By the way, they let me go 1-1. They let me stay at 1-1, man. So it is. We might get the top wide receiver that we're going for. I think he's like the number 3 wide receiver in the nation there, in the digital nation, if you will.
There you go. Yeah. No.
But hey, on the recruiting, real quick, man. Big day for the Longhorns yesterday. Big day for the Longhorns on the recruiting trail. Number 1 linebacker in the nation, Tyler Atkinson, gets out of Georgia and comes to the Longhorns. All right. Then after that, Jamie Johnson comes right after him. James Johnson comes right after. Number 1 defensive lineman out of Georgia, right? Comes to the Longhorns as well. Ty, your thoughts? What's going on, amigo?
I mean, big news. I don't think many people saw it coming until earlier this week. Some of the
definitely not indicators.
No. But I mean, there was rumors out there. But after the last few weeks, it seems like we've been missing out on a lot of top guys. Seems like the Aggies kind of been landing. My favorite pastime. Yeah, LSU. Some guys staying home, but my favorite pastime is going on Twitter and kind of finding those Aggie accounts and just trolling them. And that the last week's been tough because they're kind of on a winning streak, and that's not anything new with Texas A&M. Is off-season wins and having a great recruiting class. So I was used to it. I was like, our time will come, but. It definitely came big this week with those 2 guys signing, and just 2 weeks ago, Atkinson was signed with Georgia. So obviously, there's a lot of time in between. But it seems like we rolled out the big bucks and dropped a bag on these guys because
Jordan Scruggs covers recruiting for Horns 24/7 and works here with us too on show right after us here with Lone Star Playbook. He does a great job. Did a great job yesterday explaining that like most of these guys will be telling their top four like, yeah, I'm coming, just because they don't want it leaked on social media. So Scruggs did a great job explaining that yesterday. Here is Tyler Atkinson on why Texas.
We had conversations. I really was just trying to pick when I come here. Just go from there. I didn't want nothing to get leaked or anything out. But, what really chose me to go to Texas is the coaches, the relationship piece, the atmosphere. I feel like I just encompass everything I want at Texas. And, yeah, so I just feel like, the way they going to have me playing is just the best fit. And that's why I chose Texas.
I mean, already, I would say a nice, comfortable linebacker room already. This young man comes in 26, adds tremendous agility. We can get from sideline to sideline almost better than any high school linebacker I've seen. Over 600 tackles in 6A Georgia, which is outstanding. So the type of athlete you're going to get. You see the size of this dude, just an absolute monster. Here's Sark on the linebacker room.
Oh, great question. Our linebacking room, what we've tried to do in that room, and we'll see if it all plays out, we tried to make it a really versatile room. And we know about the versatility of Anthony Hill, his ability to play off the ball and off the edge. Leon Galafau is a steadfast player for us there. We love the development of Anthony Smith and how far he's come, and excited about him.
Apologies, gents. That's old audio. I thought we had new audio on Sarkeesian Sark's linebacker room. But anyways, I think it does add a lot of versatility, like Sark was saying, and that old audio clip on the versatility of the linebacker room. But, not to mention, you bring this guy in, and then also it's kind of like the domino effect, right? You had the number one linebacker in the nation kind of take the plunge coming to Texas. Then, hours later, the number one defensive lineman in the nation comes out of Georgia to Texas. Ty.
No, and going back to the versatility in the linebacker room, that's something in the last 5 years that's kind of a new thing to Texas. I mean, we've had athletes there like Malik Jefferson, but really Anthony Hill has kind of planted that as being a premier position at the University of Texas. And the way that football is going with like the positionless football shift, I mean, it's huge to have guys that you can put in the middle. They can, lead the defense, set the plays up, and then, on third down, you have the option to bring this guy off the edge, and he can be a premier edge rusher too. There's, so much there that you can mold, and these coaches will have to work with these kids. They're young, but we saw Anthony Hill come in as a freshman and, be a playmaker. And I mean, Colin Simmons, not a linebacker, an edge, but
you can be like playing off the edge like that. It's almost like an outside linebacker, right? You
could put Colin Simmons a middle linebacker, and I guarantee you he'd be a top 10 middle linebacker in the nation. And even we saw Ethan Burke his freshman year kind of, playing in the middle there. That's when you look at Ethan Burke, you don't think, this guy's going to be spying in the middle of the defense, playing middle linebacker. Right, but we've seen it with Kwiatkowski and.
But he can drop back in his own read and pick pick a ball out of the flat or take something coming off of a China route.
Yeah, and with the mix,
what do they call that now? A suicide route now? I don't even know what the hell they call it now. It was called a China route back in my day.
There you go. But yeah, no, it's. I love to see it with the mix of the
drag. Sorry, drag. You know what I mean? A drag right across the middle.
A drag. Okay, yeah. But with the mix of like the big guys who got in the middle, and then all these athletes that they're surrounding him with, and in addition to the DBs, just that room continuing to grow, and with Michael Taff as their leader, of course, it's just I love to see it. This is a whole new Texas.
Whole new Texas, indeed, man. Speaking of which, brand new quarterback at the helm. And I don't know if you guys saw a little bit of the media yesterday, but Sarkeesian, like the main stage, Sarkeesian was on the main stage. And I've kind of, tipped my hat a little bit, or tipped my hand a little bit of this in crosstalk. But yeah, Sarkeesian had just sprinkled of chairs here, maybe some media there, here and there. But most of the media was gathered around Arch Manning's podium. Arch Manning not even there, probably 10 minutes before Arch was supposed to show up, probably more like 20 minutes, honestly. But Sarkeesian, I mean, like if you are Sarkeesian, Coach Sarkeesian, you're looking out into the podium or looking out into the crowd, because I've been there before, right? I've tried to give a speech when the crowd is kind of dispersed and disengaged with you and trying to give their attention to somewhere else. It's kind of disheartening. You're just like, all right, that's kind of takes your motivation on wanting to give a a good speech out of it. You're just kind of like, yeah, whatever, sure. But no, to Sark's credit, he was great yesterday answering questions. But yeah, just my thought process, looking at and seeing that my star quarterback is going to have way more media, and of course the buzz for Arch is real, right? Like being there in Atlanta, hot, SEC media days, it's his turn to take the helm. Your thoughts on what he can absolutely do with his potential, because we know that Nussmeier and company's got to have the mantle, right? They still have to be. They have the proven record on the field, but it's still like we know the potential. We know the bag that Arch can carry.
No, and I my expectations are Heisman caliber season at this point. It might be a little high, but
Arch was humble, though, dude. Arch was very humble yesterday.
Oh, I was about to say it's a combination of the small sample size we've gotten on the field where he has made incredible plays. He's also made some boneheaded plays, which I mean I don't expect that not to happen this year, but it's the combination of that on the field play with his personality. You can tell he's a very smart guy. Like you said, humble. It's no knock on Quinn Ewers, but when you see Quinn Ewers talk up on a podium compared to Arch Manning, it's night and day with just kind of the moxie and not that Quinn Ewers looked like a complete idiot up there, because he didn't, but sometimes he did. But with Arch, I'm fully confident in him, commanding a room, and everybody's waiting for that next word. And there's nothing like it's the same thing with Michael Taff. Like you can't go up there and nine times out of 10.
Yeah, Michael Taff looks like he could be a senator already, right? Michael Taff looks like he could run for office.
No, and that I'm very good friends with his older brother, and that whole family is great at walking into a room and being able to pretty much talk to anybody about anything.
Just glad handing.
Oh no, it's shaking hands and kissing babies.
Sure, yeah,
that's
absolutely.
Always been the way it is. So I love seeing Arch be able to shine up there. It's almost like he doesn't want to be up there, but he gives you just enough to be like, oh, that guy is. He's different.
He's got it. And you can tell too, just in all of his questions that he was answering to, very, very approachable, with it, he, answered every, took all the questions clearly, didn't have any type of attitude. His body language too, just representation of a leader, right? Just representative of a leader, man. It's exactly what you want. Field general on the field, and then being able to kind of lead the team off the field with just a cool, calm, and collected head, man. You mentioned it too. There is a difference, right? There's a difference when you see Quinn kind of delivering his kind of answers, and then just a difference when you see Arch, right? Just that presence, right? That deliverability. Again, no slight on Quinn, but there's just a different vibe, right? It's just it's real, man. It is real. A lot of people were calling it the frat boy look yesterday, the SEC frat boy look. But whatever you want to call it, the Arch effect is in full, and it is real, man.
No, definitely. And back to Quinn Ewers, it goes down to what was the biggest knock on Quinn Ewers. Like for me, it was processing speed, and you can see your ability to
for me it was reluctancy, right? Like I thought the processing speed was there. I thought
go hand in hand though, but
I thought just reluctancy to run. That's all. Yeah, but you're right. It does, like after all your reads are gone and you don't have an option, tuck the damn ball and get 4 yards, right? Like it's or throw it away. Don't take the sack, But that's processing.
But and I just think Quinn Ewers he had all of the physical talent in the world to be the best ever. I just don't think the mindset was 95% there, and I think Arch has that extra 5%.
That's valid. I back that up. I feel like you and I are drinking the same coffee today, amigo. Feel like we're drinking the same coffee. Hey, whether you're drinking the same coffee or if you're just out and about, drinking some soda or just drinking water or OJ, man, it's all done with some great views over that kingdom of chariots that I like to say, over at Covert Bee Caves, man. Nobody beats a Covert deal, not now, not ever. Let's hear it from some testimonials from their proud patrons.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yes, they are born and raised in Austin, right outside, just outside of our city limits there, right outside of Bee Cave. You can find them out there. That Kingdom of Chariots, like I like to say. Make sure you go out there. You might get some car envy, okay? So take an Uber out there, get dropped off, and ride on home with your ride on home from the Kingdom of Chariots in your own special chariot. Real quick, I got to tell you about a new hurricane law firm, right? That's Hecht. Hurricane Ryan Hecht, the law firm that you guys need. There's a new lawyer in town. When the storm hits, you got to call Hurricane Hecht. That's Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal attorney right here in Austin. Proud Longhorn, fighting for you and a fellow Texan. Ryan's not just a lawyer. He's a Longhorn through and through. He brings that same fire and pride to the courtroom. Injured in a car accident, you got that dog bite, or you're injured on a job, it's all good with Ryan Hurricane Hecht, man. Just call him up. He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade now. You don't pay unless you win. That's right. No fees unless Hurricane Hecht gets the money in your pocket. Aggressive in the courtroom and compassionate out of the courtroom with his clients. Ryan's looking, he knows what you're going through, and he's looking to fight like hell to make it right. Austin-based, Texans proud, supporting local sports, local businesses, and local families. Friend of the show, fighter of the people. Don't let insurance companies push you around. He will push them around for you. Let Ryan Hurricane Hecht blow the doors in the case wide open. Call him up right now, or not right now, but after the show, or after the live shows when we're watching a little bit of the audio. Call him back. 512-938-8929. That's 512-938-8929. Website is ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. Again, ryan@HECHT-lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. All right, Ty. Sorry, we had to get a little bit of commercials out. Where were we, dude? Where did we go next? We got some All-Star games to talk about too. We got you say it's a down week in sports, but we had a nice little night last night. It was news on a recruiting trail, so I guess it's a vibrant day today.
Yeah, no, I watched probably 60% of that All-Star game. I had a few plays out there. The way it ended was cool. I mean, I had no idea that home run, shootout, whatever it was at the end was coming.
A swing off, if you will, right?
Swing off.
A swing off. First and foremost, and this is not just a question to Ty. I want to, and again, I consider myself a purist, or as close to a purist as possible. I had fun watching the All-Star game last night. Right? It's weird. As someone that wants to keep the original form of baseball as much as possible, it was very cool to see something like that. And it belongs in an all-star setting. Okay. Now, are you a fan of the challenge? Challenge the pitching call, or challenge or a fan of the swing off? Like, what are your thoughts first off on this format?
All the things they've been doing in the minor leagues with that kind of automated pitch strike or ball strike system, it's cool. I think it could be useful. I think it needs to be limited though to when you can do it and how many times you can do it, which they're obviously working on. But to have like in the ninth inning there with that, when they challenged it and it was like barely on the edge, and it technically
just the corner, man. There was two challenges. There was a batter challenge that missed, and then the catcher challenge, the pitcher challenge and the catcher challenge both got him.
I don't think you should be able to do that in the ninth inning. I don't ever want to see a game end when it's like, all right, let's see what the computer said.
Is it not right though? Is it not the right call? Like, I
Yeah,
know
but
it sucks,
that's
but is it? Why you don't want to see it in because it takes the drama and it takes the climax out of it, right?
yes, it takes the human part out of baseball, which that's why, like, part of the reason why people love baseball is you can
Game of
blame
failure.
the there's a lot. The ump is essentially another team that you're playing with. There's a lot that can happen there, and I don't think, yeah, like speeding up the game and all that stuff's been good for baseball. But at a certain point, you gotta pause and be like, all right, let's keep this in the minors for a few years. Let's curate this idea and make it something that when it gets to the big leagues, it works. Like the last thing we need is next year just be like, all right, let's just
Roll this
we did
out,
it here
right?
in the minors.
More change. Sure. No, I'm with you. Yeah.
No, and I think that part of it could be good. I did love the swing off. It like cool extra innings. That's a good example of a good rule change. Is the usual extra innings rule?
So are you like that though? Are you for that in a regular season? Like there's I'm for these rules. I'm for we'll call them the All-Star rules, the arcade rules, right? Like in an All-Star format, I'm cool with it. I'm fine with the challenge. I'm fine with the swing off, right? But in regular season baseball or postseason baseball, I'm just not sure if I'm fully on board yet, right? And I'm sure that's the purist in me. But here's the thing too, right? Like people are going to say, well, are you going to need an umpire if you just have, why can't, if you can challenge once and if you have the strike zone already out there and it's available for an AI generated decision, why don't you just have it on every pitch? Oh, well, it'll eliminate, the umpires. No, it won't, because an umpire can still be there to call somebody out or safe at the plate. Or, if somebody needs to challenge, if they broke the swing, to go down the first base line or challenge first base, right? So the umpire is still needed there, right? You can still have a computer deciding, the pitch zone, but it just creates a whole bunch of questions outside of it. Challenging, I mean, it's the right call, but I'm with you. It takes the momentum, it takes the ambiance, and I guess for me it's the passion, right? Like there's no other way for me else to explain it. It's the passion and kind of like the climax and the energy out of the sport. Like if it's decided off of a challenged call, that really sucks. It just takes off all the hype and momentum out of that one last final play. Like everything's just all of a sudden to an apex, and then just that's it. We had a call reversed and now we're done. But it ultimately it worked in great fashion last night. It got to extra innings. It ended the bottom of the ninth went to 6-6, and then they had to do the swing off there. Now I don't know, especially if they're trying to minimize the game and kind of shorten the game to where it's quicker and faster. Anyways, you're having swing offs, which it's cool. It's still limited, 3 swings per batter there, but ultimately you're still extending the game and making it longer. Your thoughts?
But
Good.
At least it's cool.
It's fantastic. It's fun.
Having a swing off in the All-Star game, I'm 100% on board with that. That was awesome. But with the automated balls and strikes, you implement that. What's stopping from you from not having any umpires out there at all? Like you could have a VAR style system where foul balls, it's all automated, safe or out calls at any bag. I don't know. It just
no. You're right. I mean, I actually didn't think about that. You can have a VAR system, but VAR sucks though, right? Like, how much do we complain about VAR in soccer? Right, but especially when you got money on the damn line.
It's gotten to the point where in soccer, the refs, their only job is to pretty much hand out, like fouls and yellow cards and red cards. Nothing really. I guess just offsides and whether it's a goal or not is VAR. But that's the two biggest moments in soccer, and that's changed. It's changed that game, because before you'd have game-winning goals that were clearly offsides, but didn't get called, so game over.
Just weren't in position. Yeah. But again,
So-
like caveat to that is the right call was made, though, right? Like ultimately, what happened on the field was right. Ultimately.
Yeah, but yes, which in a pure, perfect world,
if you're trying to be pure, aren't you kind of contradicting, I guess your theory here, because you want the umpires to make the decision, but you're getting the actual pure correction of the sport
but you said it yourself, like part of the sport is the umpires romanticizing their part in the game, and it takes away a story. Like how many times did a ref blow a call in an NFL or college game or MLB game where it's the next day? That's the main story takeaway from that game is
Do you remember this game? Do you remember Double D brings up, I want my umps to be robots like Base Wars. Do you remember that game? I think it was Super Nintendo. So it's clearly before your time, but I think it was the Super Nintendo game. It might have been PlayStation. I'm pretty sure it was Super Nintendo. But yeah, dude, so you were basically robots, right? And it was, it was baseball played with robots, and you can go down the line and you can get into fights and beat the hell out of each other if you have a challenge at home plate. It was right after Ken Griffey Jr. baseball, which was the first game that implemented plowing the catcher, right? Which was pretty damn cool. And then, of course, the revolutionary game that changed everything in baseball was World Series baseball for Sega, which gave you like the pitcher to catcher view, or no, it was the batter catcher point of view. But and you got to see like Mike Messina's knuckleball and Nolan Ryan's fastball. It was sick. It was insane. Yeah, thank you for bringing me down my nerd hole of gaming there. Yeah. Anyways, MLB last night, I thought fantastic showing. Again, I'm kind of with Jake though. Like I kind of lost a little bit of juice, and I feel like I'm in the minority here. It's good to see somebody like Jake, kind of chime in too with this. I kind of lost a lot of the motivation to watch the All-Star game when they stopped doing the advantage for the National League and American League, who was going to get the advantage for the World Series, right? A lot of people weren't fans of that. They thought that format was awful. I was kind of on board with it because I felt like it gave a lot of skin in the game, or it made people want to stick around and actually take the game seriously. But last night there was nothing involved with that, and everybody was still having fun. There were smiles on everybody. Everybody was involved and enthused, man, and people acted like they give a shit. Which brings me to my next point of the big four in the All-Star games. I think we said this, right? Like clearly the All-Star weekend, I think hockey has a really cool All-Star weekend, but if I'm gonna go down, if I'm making my solid pick, right, baseball I think has solidified it and is back up at the top for the best All-Star weekend of the big four between basketball, football, baseball, and hockey. In my opinion, your thoughts?
Definitely. I mean, either hockey or baseball for sure.
Hockey's pretty fun to watch, right? Hockey's fun with the three clubs, but
yeah, that is awesome. I think that's my number one. Baseball might be number one if they had the real, home run, big hitters actually playing in the home run derby. Like if you had Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani going head to head, I'm surprised they didn't force those two to go out there and do it, because that's really what's going to draw eyeballs. And
I don't know. I still like seeing. I like seeing people that don't have the marquee limelight.
You wanted to see Jazz Chisholm hit like 3 home runs.
I didn't want to see Jazz Chisholm, but I like seeing Buxton hit. Buxton's fan. I like seeing Buxton being able to put on a show.
That was my bet. That was I had him. So that's fun, and I think that I understand timing is an issue, but they need to go back to the whatever format they had when Josh Hamilton, when that what is it, 28 home runs in one round.
I said it yesterday, dude. He didn't win that, but I don't even know who won that. But that was his. Like he stole the show. Like that was his home run derby.
Why not just? Well, you don't need to just. You can eliminate people after every round, but just have a total that goes the entire time. So if you hit 28 home runs in the first round, and you hit 6 in the next, you still can win. Like you said, Josh Hamilton didn't win that year, and that's probably the number one home run derby performance anybody
Justin
thinks
Morneau,
of.
good pull, Jake. Good, and Jake's right here. I think Jake and Rob kind of hit very similar comments here. I'm with Jake. Like I do love. I do love the MLB All-Star Game, but I think like the Four Nations was just awesome. But then to go off of what Rob was talking about here, it wasn't an All-Star format. You know what I mean? Four Nations wasn't a regular All-Star game though, because not all NHL players were eligible to play. It was fantastic. Like I agree with both statements. I just feel like Four Nations was fantastic because one, you're galvanizing, national pride between all four of the nations there. And it's, America's best or, America's best versus, Canada's best. And that's the ultimate rivalry that you want to see anyways, right? Sure. Finland and Sweden is fantastic to have in the tournament, but ultimately I just want to take on Canada, man. I could just have an all-star format of just us versus Canada and I'd be all right with it.
We need Russia in there.
We do need some Russians. We need some Russians and some Czechs.
It's the same thing with how everybody 2 years ago was in love with the World Baseball Classic. If you had that in the middle of the year, I think it would have even more success. But people just love being able to root for the USA, or even seeing like the fact that Japan is a badass baseball team, which not everybody knows, and realizing that half the best players in the league are from Latin America, and
right.
Like
most three-fourths of the best players in the league are from Latin America.
Curacao has a really good baseball team. Who would have thought? Like seeing that stuff play out it's really cool, and it means more when you're playing for your country, obviously.
Michael C. I agree with you. It does mean more when you're playing for your country. Michael C. chimes in, but those of you guys underground know him as Lee Castle Rock. The MLS All-Star Game will be here in Austin next Wednesday. Skills competition is Tuesday night. Thank you, good sir. We appreciate that. Four nations accept something similar from NFL or NBA. Or expect something similar from the NBA in the next few years. But we get that from FIBA though, I think already. Right? Like, I don't know if they'll replace the All-Star Game with that because you're already getting FIBA in the summer before, I believe. I could be wrong on that scheduling, though. All right, anything else on the All-Star Game? What else? I mean, we got SEC Media Days again today. What's on the slate today? I think we should have Kalen DeBoer coming up for Alabama. Or no, he should be off the podium now. It was Kalen DeBoer and Alabama at 9 o'clock. And then 10 o'clock, we're supposed to, I think Levy gets up there. And then according to the schedule, Sunbelt Billy up there at 1 p.m. And then Venables at 2:45 for your coaches on the podium today. But yeah, man, here we go. Texas Media Days was yesterday. That was concluded. We heard a little bit of sound from Tyler Atkinson. And just to recap and summarize, Texas landing the number one linebacker and number one defensive lineman there, just coincidentally out of Kirby's backyard for the Georgia Bulldogs. I'm sure that Jordan and Will, or Jordan and don't know if Nick's going to be on today with Jordan or not. But anyways, I'm sure the guys will break it down. Big day on the recruiting trail. Big day for the Longhorns yesterday. And then nice little scene there in terms of baseball. Anything else we got to go off the slate here, Ty? Anything you want to get to?
No, I think we covered most of it here. I got to get back to work here in a sec. So.
Oh, right. Well, man, if I'm keeping you, man, go ahead. I'll take questions and hear from everybody and hear from, the chat channel here and everybody in the YouTube.
Cool. Well, I will be back tomorrow.
You just gonna be taking some people's money, taking some money from my buddy,
making money moves all day. That's all I do around here. But
well, don't go chasing too hard, man. You're back on with this. Don't be alarmed. Ty will be here in his banker and I guess financial advising suit tomorrow as well. So
I'll be back.
All right, brother.
Thanks
for the conversation, man. Yeah, I got it from here, man. All good, dude. I'll take it. You be good, brother.
Take it easy.
There he goes, and welcome. Oh, it's just me. Let me find a better banner than that. Apologies, guys. Just get my one format. I guess it doesn't do anything. I guess it just stays like this. Sorry, that's a lot of me. That's a lot of me there, guys. Apologies for that. Take your all's questions on there and your all's comments there. Your all's thoughts, though, on being able to nail the number one lineman and number one linebacker of the nation, getting us here for our backyard, getting them out of Georgia's backyard into our backyard. Seeing some of your all's comments here. Yeah, with Zay, it rocks. No banner, and when Chip is running late, I'm not sure what you're all saying there. I'm trying to catch up on your comments. America versus the world for NBA. World would dominate. More fundamentals probably, right? And I'd like to think that we still have more of the skill and more of the athleticism in terms of the NBA. But yeah, usually you have more fundamental basketball in terms of European leagues. You kind of see that all throughout FIBA right now as it is, but you get the right coaching in there, and I would like to think that we can compete with the rest of the world. That's a damn good bet, Jake. I'd actually like to take you up on that bet, as a matter of fact. I don't know how we can make it happen. We'll have to get Don King to kind of galvanize and make that stuff happen. That would be competitive. That would be a competitive basketball game. Hunter's on board with that as well. I think Sark said you guys are worried about our recruiting this year. Hold my beer. Yeah, big day on the recruiting scene, like I just mentioned there. Look, I don't know how much they're going to be. Johnson and Atkinson are going to be able to come in right away in 26 and make this thing happen. But you'd like to think that if they're able to build off of this defense, you still keep the young, fresh crops in. A lot of what I was kind of talking about yesterday, right? With people questioning, well, Wags, Georgia lost their entire line too. Well, yeah, but I feel like Georgia's been there. I feel like Georgia's been able to kind of, supplement that and kind of just go right with the flow and kind of fill into the system, right? Just kind of lock right back in. I don't know if Texas is actually there yet, right? When you put so many guys out into the NFL or just have that much turnover in general, it's going to be tough, in my opinion, right? And that, I guess that's the true test or tale if we're there yet, or if we have arrived, or if we're in championship form, right? If we're able to push all those guys out to the NFL or get those guys drafted and then just come right back and then kind of lock and reload and besides Gooseby, just kind of have, 4 fresh new blockades up there in front of them and hog mollies and be able to win, trench warfare. But again, like I know, going back to what we were talking about yesterday, Texas doesn't have slouches, coming in for replacements as well. It's just, it's what we've seen so far out of Georgia and out of an Alabama. And you're seeing Alabama struggle in times of new leadership turnover, right? Whenever you get turnover in general, it's kind of tough. I think it's been easier for Georgia just because they've kind of been at the top of the hill right now. I'm not saying that we're not at the top. We're definitely arriving, but again, like after halfway through the season, if the line is superior and the line holds up, I guess we'll have our questions answered. But that was just in the back of my head. Let's get to more here. Like the 4 or 5 best players in the league are all foreign. Joker is Serbian, Giannis is Greek, Luka is Slovenian, Shia is Canadian. No, you're right. That's maybe I'll have to walk it back, Jake. I didn't think about it like that. You're absolutely right. And then also, how can we compete, on that type of level when you're talking about 4 or 5 MVPs, right off the rip right then and there. And you roll a lineup like that, you roll a lineup out like that, that's not only size, but you have superior, shooting ability, and then you have force and flow, right? With able to kind of change pace. You can go fast and be slow and crafty with SGA, or also if you just need to go completely into a half court set, you have Luka there too. So that's a pretty damn nasty combination. That would be a tough feat to do, but I'd still like to see the game nonetheless. USA versus the world. Where else we go here? Texas, I saw something from Hunter. Texas recruiting is down because the roster is strong and deep. They can afford a down year. I don't know if we're down. I'd say that we didn't get all the pieces that we wanted to land so far. But again, it was a pretty strong outing yesterday. They're being able to take the number one recruit, and that was kind of known, I guess. Jordan and Will were kind of on it, or Horns 24/7 were kind of on it. The past couple of weeks, or how Jordan said that he's kind of been on it for months, if I'm not mistaken, if I didn't hear him correctly. But to me, Johnson was the huge surprise. Like, I had no idea that you would be able to take not just the number one linebacker in the nation, but also be able to land the number one defensive lineman in the nation too. I would have loved to seen, a little bit, or loved to have been a fly on the wall and, in the Georgia locker room or behind the scenes where Kirby Smart was having his water or having his fruit bowl or whatever for the afternoon. But got to be one hell of a day for Georgia fans that are on the recruiting trail. Yeah, not so much of a huge offseason, a lot of wins collected for the Longhorns there, but a big day yesterday and getting some huge wins on the recruiting trail for the Longhorns there. See Jordan in the background here. I'm going to have to call him on here. I got to get ready to run, Jordan. Sorry about that, man. What's up, amigo? How you doing, sir?
I'm good.
Big day for y'all yesterday, huh?
Yeah, it's about time, man.
I got about 5 minutes, man. I want to hear your thoughts before we get to hell. Yeah, it is about time. Hunter kind of alluded to it. I wouldn't call it a down year, but it's been a rough couple of weeks.
Yeah. I don't know. It is funny how a lot of people online are like, man, all Sark did was talk about like not being transactional, and they just dropped the bag and got Atkinson and Johnson. Like, I understand they're not, obviously the people saying that, they don't have nearly the amount of context that I do in regards to what's happened in recruiting this year. But like the exact same thing Texas just did to Georgia yesterday has happened to them 16 times this summer, or several other times. Like, it is what it is now, man. And seeing people just like, there are people who call themselves reporters, right, who call themselves journalists, putting like money bags on the timeline. Like, after that happens with Texas, like, dog, it's happening everywhere.
Yeah,
the game is the game,
right? Like, don't be mad because Texas has a lot of the money, right? Like, everybody's doing it. You just got to come up with the money somehow. You got to find the funds. You got to find the way.
Exactly. And I don't know. It's the game is the game now. People are gonna be mad. They're gonna be whiny. It's funny too seeing Georgia fans be like, "Why would James Johnson do this? We developed so much better." No one has more defensive linemen drafted in the last 3 years than Texas does.
They're not telling lies.
Yeah, there you go.
They're not telling lies, right?
Yep, but yeah, they're now the number 6 class in the nation. Probably going to finish higher. That probably will finish higher.
I would say top 5. I would say ultimately in the top 5, probably around 4 or 3.
Yeah, they'll be top 5. I mean, they've been top 5 every year besides 2024, and I won't lie, our company kind of screwed them. We changed some rankings late with the final update, and then like they barely finished 6th behind the 5th school because of it. But hey, yeah, I mean, you can call it a top 5 class. It is what it is, But yeah, big day yesterday, and I don't know, makes the rest of the summer kind of go away to some degree for a little bit,
No, for sure. It's a good win. It was a good win yesterday for y'all, man, for sure. Did you see any of the All-Star game? Like, one last quick thing before I get out of here. Did you see any of the All-Star game last night?
I didn't even know there was an All-Star game last night.
Brother, man, probably one of the better Major League Baseball All-Star games, dude.
Man.
All right, man.
You want to know what I got into last night?
College football dynasty? What?
No, I wish. See, the annoying thing is, I mean, it's not annoying, but like, my girlfriend's a teacher. She's home all summer, so I don't have a ton of time to be playing it, right? But, I can get in a movie or TV show we both like instead. I don't mind that. We watched Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. She hated it. It's just too long and all that. We didn't.
Was that your first time seeing it?
Huh?
Was that your first time seeing it?
It was my second time seeing it.
I love it.
Yeah, I liked it. I don't know. I think it's like too TikTok brained. It does drag out. I will say that.
It's weird to say this. It's a Western.
Yeah.
Think of it like a Western.
I also
It's weird to say it like that, but think like that's how Tarantino writes like Leone, like Sergio Leone, because that's one of his main influences, right? And Sergio Leone, spaghetti Western guy. Just think of it like a Western, bad, especially with in that one, like with Brad Pitt, right? Like Brad Pitt, the hero going to go save the day and shit like that. So
shit, the dog is the MVP.
The dog is the MVP. Sorry, guys. Get my dogs all riled up, man.
Acid dip cigarette, but no, I mean, as someone who has saw it before, I think I saw it in the theater when it first came out.
Pretty long. That's a long theater sit.
That was in 2019. It was pre-COVID. That's how long it was. Like, I'm watching it last night, and I'm like, okay, I know what happens at the end of the movie. Why is this even in the movie? They could have cut out like 20 minutes at least. I mean, the thing is 2 hours and 41 minutes. Like,
it's lengthy for sure.
So, I don't know, but
she sat through the whole thing.
Yeah, we did.
That's love, man. That's love.
So
the whole time, just giving you shit, just like, man, I don't get it. I don't get it.
Nah, I mean, but past a certain
point. She knows like that's not what really happened, right?
No. I mean, at the end of it, she was like, wait, that's the end? We just wasted 2.5 hours for that? And I wasn't even going to give her this is what real and what isn't. Okay. Beginning of the movie, I just said like,
hey. She knows about Sharon Tate and everything like that.
Yes. Yeah, okay. I did talk about that at the beginning, but yeah. And yes, I did. I'm like, hey, that's where that meme's from. So.
Ooh. Yeah, the Leo meme, the Leo.
That's me. Woo-hoo.
I'm pointing at Will. I see Will in the background. I'm going to get Will on here so I can get the hell out of here.
Awesome.
Will, how are you doing, good sir?
Good.
Will, did you see the MLB All-Star Game last night?
What?
Did you see the All-Star Game last night?
I didn't, but I did know it was on. So
okay, at least you knew. At least you knew it was in existence.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go watch some more baseball, man. You guys have fun.
I'll see you.
We'll see you. Hey, yeah, but here's the thing: Endgame was entertaining. It didn't necessarily feel like it dragged on, and it had to be 3 hours. You could take out at least an hour of the Once Upon a Time in Hollywood movie, and you could still have the same ending. So,
what do you consider a long movie? What's the cutoff time that goes from normal length movie to long?
Normal is anything under 2. Long is anything over 2.
Really? 2, that's it. Because I think you can get to, I was going to say 220.
I don't mind long movies. Just hard for both of us to like.
Like when does it get long for you? You know?
I mean, I think anytime I'm looking through movie options and I see it's over 2 hours, I'm like, yeah.
I think anything over 220, 230, you've got to split them up into 2 days. Man, our brains are just so screwed.
Yeah, we are. Our entire generation is hosed. Thank you for whoever created TikTok, the Chinese, I think, right? Thank you. Just a wonderful world we live in, Thank you to the boomers and I guess the Chinese. But anyways, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is Will Turboff. Had a great Tuesday yesterday, a fantastic Tuesday, perhaps Super Tuesday. Picked up the number 1 linebacker in the nation, Tyler Atkinson, as well as the number 1 D lineman in the state of Florida, James Johnson. They flipped him from Georgia. So very few days I spent very few days on the beat that have as much, I guess, excitement and recruiting buzz as that one. Was not on the beat for it, but the end of the 2022 class where they landed like Kelvin Banks and Malik Agbo and all those guys, Cam Williams right before the buzzer. Some of those were on the same day. I remember a month into the job, I took the job June of 2023. And on the 4th of July, they got Parker Livingstone, Jordan Johnson, Rubel, and Alex January. Where I'll be honest, like at the time, me and Hudson were giggling, like, of course they got these 3 dudes to do it together, because probably doing it by themselves won't be a ton of buzz, whatnot, whatever. And like 2 years later, 2 of those guys are pretty important for the program now. And then there was one day yesterday, or not yesterday, one day last cycle, where 2 kids committed on the same day, but I'm blanking on it. I do know
you had 3 in one day.
Yeah, there you go. I do know Jaden Chapman, Gooseby, and Connor Stroh. What a trio! All committed to Texas on the same day. That was like right after around Archmania, I believe. They've gone on stretches before. They'll do it again. But like as far as 2 in the same day, it's never been, I'd say, like as potent as yesterday's. Atkinson and Johnson. Those are 2 top 50, top 100 prospects, depending on what site you're looking at for Johnson. I mean, Atkinson is a 5-star, top 30 prospect across the board. So, yeah, but 2 great gets. The Atkinson one, I mean, I tried to do my best to let y'all figure it out. That we knew about that one. The Johnson one, had an idea. Was not expecting yesterday, though. That timing was fun.
Yes, it was, I think, about 5 minutes that we had where, like you said, we had a feeling that it would be coming, but, not yesterday. And I think once we figured it out yesterday, it happened about 3 or 4 minutes later. And we kind of barely beat the buzzer. But yeah, it was Jordan. We had a great time in the last 30 minutes of this show, while Tyler Atkinson or Pat McAfee kind of waited and pushed that off as much as he could. And I do want to send my sincerest apologies to ESPN for having their footage on here for a short amount of time. But we can talk about how that decision went and the whole process there. I hope another Texas recruit never announces on Pat McAfee again, though.
Dog, if there was a way to get rid of live stream announcements and all we did was find out through Edit Boy, I'd be very happy with that. Ceremonies they're the worst thing. I
understand. I'm never gonna fault a player. I wish they could just be untelevised and
on time,
right, all the time.
Like Decorian Moore's went like 40 minutes late. Melvin Hills's literally went an hour late. Some of these guys, it's like, all right, I'm not even gonna watch this. I'll just wait till it gets posted.
Yeah,
but I don't know if y'all have any recruiting questions. Drop them in the chat, and we'll hit on them. See one. You ever seen this movie?
No, I've seen clips of it, but I've seen clips of it on TikTok, of course, but I've never actually seen it.
I watched it at some point when I was in high school. I'm not even joking. This is genuinely the worst movie I've ever seen in my life.
I've heard that it's not good, but I think it's one of those movies that's not supposed to be good. It's a mid-2000s kind of buddy comedy, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of unfortunate how accurate some of it is, but like the actual movie itself, the plot line, the storyline, the acting, everything sucks. It is horrible.
It's Luke Wilson. Come on.
It is god awful. Will, I'm telling you, you will never get the 2 hours of your life back from watching Idiocracy.
I think I'm going to watch it tonight.
All right. Well, that is a good idea. We'll come back tomorrow. Have you seen this one? Fantastic Four, the new one?
Yeah, I'm a little bit on the fence. I was pretty excited when I saw the first trailers. I liked the first movies. But again, we were, very young when those movies came out, and I gave one of them a rewatch and didn't hold up at all. And kind of the longer the rollout for this one has gone on, the less interested I am in it. Same goes with Superman. Like, I was so excited to see Superman. And after Mike Francesca's, I don't know if you saw his. If anyone saw Mike Francesca's reaction or review of Superman, you'll know.
I saw Herb Street chiming in, and everyone's like, "Dude, shut up!" Like,
yeah, if anyone should be if there's anyone to criticize about having their dog around, that's the one.
Yep. Yep. All right. So gonna hit on some of these questions. David Keith Williams said, I was absolutely a huge fan of course, they're calling me right now. The vacation rental place I'm calling didn't pick up the phone yesterday, and I just knew they'd call me while I'm on air. But David Keith Williams said, I was absolutely a huge fan of Brandon Brown and Walter Mathis from the 2025 recruiting class, and Brown decommitted from Texas. I was very upset. I think James Johnson may be a better long-term D tackle than Brown and Mathis, as good as I think they both will be at LSU. What is your view? Johnson is a better prospect than both those guys. Bigger, stronger, more powerful. And, I mean, the NIL numbers and stuff that those three names have received are very different. So I definitely think it's Johnson. Obviously, you know, with defensive linemen, the closer they are to the ball, the longer it takes to get them ready to play, and usually the longer it takes to develop them. But, I mean, man, I love James Johnson. I think it's him or Rodney Cleveland is the best interior D lineman in Texas's four-man class. And then after that, it's Berriman and Wells.
Yeah, I mean, we've already kind of talked about it, but Texas, because even before this commitment, I was saying I really think this Texas defensive line class is heavily underrated. I think Corey Wells is a guy that has flown under the radar despite, you know, having a ton of Power 4 offers and being a target for half the SEC. I don't think he's, first of all, reached his potential at the high school level. I think someone that could see a big bump and you know, end up in our top 247. I think Rodney Cleveland is, you know, one of the more complete defensive linemen. Still a little bit raw, but I think out of the four, you know, maybe has the highest upside year one if you can get the body right. And then adding James Johnson to a class with that, and Dylan Berriman, you know, I think is probably a major impact player for Texas by year three. It's not a bad year for Kenny Baker. I'll say that. I mean, he would have been fine just those three. And this is kind of, you know, the icing on the cake. Early in the summer, we're saying, you know, they could take five defensive linemen, and then, you know, things kind of went wayward. James Johnson committed to Georgia, and we're thinking maybe they'll hold at three, maybe they'll find fourth. They get to four here, and I would assume that's all, especially with what, you know, we expect James Johnson cost you. But man, this is not a bad class at all.
Yeah. Fun fact. Earlier this summer, would have been like late May or early June, went through several websites, databases, whatever you want to call it, and combed together some track data for the 2026 class and the 2027 class. James Johnson owns a shot put PR of 60 feet, 4.5 inches. It is the furthest shot put throw of anyone Texas is recruiting in high school right now, regardless of class. Anyone. So, love that. He also has 34-inch arms. You love that. And he, you know, it's not the best number. There's definitely better, but, you know, a 118 and 118 foot and 10-inch discus thrower, PR in the discus isn't bad at all either. So, I love him. Cleveland is unfair. And then, like, you know, to add on top of that, you also have Dylan Berriman and Corey Wells in the same class.
Right.
So, man, it's awesome. It's a great group. I think without doubt the best position to haul Texas has the cycle. I mean, quite honestly, like, it could be up there with that 2022 line group for, like, the best positional haul of the Sark era. It's got to be close, you know, and obviously these guys have to play, and years from now we'll look back on it and judge it, but like on the surface level, when you're just looking at the rankings, it's going to be up there with that 22 line class. Do we have any riffs, any conspiracy theories about why the Aggie War hymn was played as Sark walked up?
That was so Big 12 of them. You know, that's like a mistake the SEC doesn't make. I saw, you know, friend David Eckert, also covers Texas, said my first day in the audio booth at the Omni Atlanta. So blame it on him. But man, what a slip up. Like I think that's the one. Is that the worst one? The worst, you know, song switch up that you could have made, or would Hugh Freeze coming out to the Bama fight song, but that'd have been worse.
I don't know. To be honest, I don't know Bama or Auburn's fight song, but
yeah, I don't
like
either.
it's very different between A&M and Texas. They had to have titled them wrong or something, or it was obviously blatantly on purpose. Either or.
I think there's no way it was on purpose.
Who knows? Might see up in that sound booth, someone might have an Aggie ring on. You know what I'm saying? Who knows? Yeah, I don't think my tires will get slashed. We're still expecting Derek Cooper on the 20th, but Derek Venata said, has anyone seen the news regarding Shamar Stewart returned to A&M after the draft and is applying for a waiver? This will open a can of worms. So the only place I've seen this is on like these Dove climbing ML football type accounts.
No, so this is a true report.
It is legit. Okay.
So
I'd only seen that on the aggregate accounts yesterday and thought it was fake, and then I was kind of off social media, off my phone for most of the evening.
It's partially true. It was reported by the ESPN reporter for the Bengals and
Ben
a
Baby?
couple other, not Ben Baby. It was actually someone else. Actually, she may not be with ESPN. Anyways, she has reported that Shamar Stewart has been in College Station. He is training at the A&M facilities. He's not actually training with the team. That is against NCAA rules. He doesn't have amateur status right now, and he can't practice with the team. But he is using A&M facilities. He's not training in Cincy, while the holdout is there. Anything about a waiver is all kind of speculation at this point. I know there was that one reporter that said that's what he's looking to do. That we've heard from basically everyone else that that's not true. I guess it is in the conversation, but that would be unprecedented, and it's something that I don't think the NCAA would be okay with, being a first-round draft pick out of the SEC at that, and then coming back to to college football. I don't see it happening. I think he will eventually either find a deal with Cincy or he'll be traded, or he becomes a free agent. Like, I don't think any way this ends up with him playing for A&M.
Yeah, if so, he averages 1.5 sacks per year.
I mean, with a full season, full off season of NFL training, I know he didn't stuff the stat sheet, but with you gotta expect training from January to July, thinking that you're an NFL player is a whole lot different than training college football.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just hating and trolling. That's what I do best.
Yes, of course.
And it's very easy to do that with Shamar Stewart's 4.5 sacks in his collegiate career.
And yes, CB, this is Jade Barron and Andrew Makuba are training in Austin, and tons of other NFL players who just got drafted are still training in the cities they went to college in. I understand why it's notable with Shamar Stewart, but I do think some people, most people looking at this don't realize that when you play college somewhere, you usually train there for, the rest of your career because you have people and trainers there that you trust. So we will.
If you're Shamar Stewart and pissed everyone off in South Florida by choosing A&M over Miami 4 years ago, probably going to go back to Aggie land and not South Florida if you're him.
Yeah, sorry, we'll get to this too, because I think this is, kind of notable that I think it's 30 out of the 32 second-round picks still have not signed their deals because Jaden Higgins, who the Texans drafted in the second round, one of the two, Iowa State receivers, opted for a fully guaranteed deal. The Texans obliged, and now every other pick in the second round wants a fully guaranteed deal. So this is really going to change, I think, the draft in the future. I think it changes, the level of player that declares for the draft. If they think they're a second or a third rounder, it's, either that or the structure really changes because there's kind of no in between. And I think, in this year's draft, there will be a ton of second round talent. So would love to see kind of how the NFL and how GMs react to this.
Yeah, they're going to have to figure it out. It's not going to last long if it continues the way it's going. And as a 49ers fan whose team drafted Alfred Collins, like after watching him play for 5 years at Texas, it's like, dog, get your hand in the dirt. Like, you need a lot of coaching still. You better be showing up to camp and doing all this other stuff. We'll figure out the contract later. But we need him. You know, absolutely zero pass rush value, but that's fine. They like pass rushing is one of the strengths of the defensive line. If anything, they need people who can stop the run, because last year it was like Fred Warner making every tackle and just not good. Yeah, doing it on the McAfee show, it was a huge feather in the cap for national brand coverage. You know, helps create more buzz, more excitement, especially around the media days. But I'd be lying to you if I believe that any kid in high school like is chomping at the bit to commit on McAfee. I mean, they want the platform, the viewers, but I don't know, probably Sports Center or whatever is what they prefer. I mean, still a cool little thing, though. Jake Bayless said, we may get to a point where Texas-Georgia is officially a rivalry with the Wikipedia page and everything. I think they should. I would love to see that.
I think we need one more classic game or one more blowout. And I think we're heading to one of those this season. So, you know, I think a win for Texas in Athens would warrant a Wikipedia page.
I think so, especially if flip another one. And also, like, I don't know how many things y'all been reading from us or other people, but like the main competition for Derek Cooper is not Miami anymore. It is Georgia. And he was actually committed to Georgia. Now, it only lasted like 36 hours. But he committed to Georgia for like a day and a half in the spring of what was his sophomore year before decommitting like the following day. So that would also be pretty much, or it's lining up to be a head-to-head win over Georgia again. So we'll see if the Longhorns can close. David Keith Williams said it is now odd that when they both committed, I think most fans expected both Connor Stroh and Jaden Chapman to be better Longhorns than Gooseby. At this point, I would not be surprised if Gooseby was an All-American and a 2026 NFL first-round draft pick. Tell you what, the Texas staff thinks he can, or not can, will be. So there's that. And because of that, they're likely going to have to portal for a left tackle, I think, before next season. We'll see. But, like, dude, if you have Arch Manning coming back in your fourth year, there's no margin for error. You can't afford to stick Nick Brooks in there, even as a redshirt freshman at left tackle, guarding fourth-year Arch Manning or blocking for him. You need to go bag someone out of the portal that is going to be an NFL player, a guaranteed NFL player, either after that season or the season after.
I think you would hope that Brandon Baker steps up to that level by year 4, but I'm not
He just
sure.
can't play left tackle because he's 6'3", 6'4", and can't play left tackle. If anything, if he can't play right tackle, he's playing guard. He's not a left guy. But Gooseby most definitely is, and I do think Gooseby. I mean, I think it was like back in January or February, we had a stories around draft time, combine time, when we were talking about, you know, hey, who are going to be the top prospects out of Texas in next year's draft. And we each picked someone, and I picked last, and no one picked Gooseby. And I picked him, and I'm like, whoa, how did this even happen? And, you know, the NFL media, the scouts, evaluators, they're going to fall in love with him if they aren't already, because he's going to play his ass off this year. There'll be a ton of eyeballs on him, and he's playing good competition. And also, like, go through his social media. Go through, you know, his athletic profile from high school. This is a kid who could 360 dunk at like 6'6", 6'7". It's not supposed to happen. Oh, and his dad played in the NFL. So, like, he's a box checker and a very good kid, easy to like kid, great teammate. Several schools were tampering with him, trying to get him in the portal to leave Austin. He stayed. So, I think there's a lot of things to like about Gooseby, and what everyone thought Cam Williams was going to be by like week 4 of the season when dummies are putting him in the first round on mock drafts. That is what Trevor Gooseby is going to be. That's what I think. So, yeah.
We've got this. Could Texas have the Gooseby and the Bell brothers in football and basketball? Highly doubt there will be any crossover with the Gooseby brothers, but at this point, things are trending pretty well from what I've seen with Texas and Trevor Gooseby. He could kind of be the star of their first full high school class, Sean Miller's first full high school class at Texas. He's been connected to them a lot. It's going to be kind of a regional battle, I think. Baylor's involved, SMU's involved. I think Houston has gotten in the mix. So see with him. Ty Bell is a little bit further down the line. He's class of 2028. Texas is not offered yet. But you would imagine this is someone that probably finishes high school with a deep offer sheet, NBA legacy. If you're not familiar, Dia Bell and Ty Bell's father is Raja Bell, who carved out I believe a decade in the NBA as a rotational piece. Had some big ring with Kobe that's kind of held the time. So Ty Bell, he's only 6'2" at this point. And I think you would hope he puts on another couple inches. But that would be one, he would still be there very likely when Dia Bell is getting ready to start. So it'd be pretty
He
cool.
is 6'2". Hey, and on top of that, Kavian Bryant might be in the mix too. So
I'm gonna take the under on that. But yes, it is possible that Texas offers him a spot.
Yeah. Fun fact about Dia, I don't think a lot of people know. By the way, he is 6'2", so hopefully the younger brother gets a little taller if basketball is going to be his career path. But no, Dia averaged like 19 a game as a freshman starting on varsity for American Heritage in basketball, and then never played again, like organized. So Dia's a little hooper too. I mean, it's in the blood. David Keith Williams with another good question says, I personally think Texas could use Trenton Henderson and Devon Benjamin. What defenders do you think Texas still needs and potentially could get? Henderson, we'll just do it position by position. So we'll start with edge. Names to know: Henderson, he's committed to LSU. Landon Barnes, who's committed to Ole Miss. Texas still has an OV. They can use Landon Barnes, but obviously he has to want to take that OV. I think Jermaine Carlton, they'll keep him warm. They'll be keeping tabs on him, especially because Baylor could go anywhere between 5-7 and 8-4 this year, or I guess even better. I don't know. We'll see. Got to see it to believe it with those guys. Don't remember if I already said Jake Cruel, the IMG Academy edge rusher, down to Texas, Oklahoma, and Ole Miss. And then, hey, senior eval. There's always guys that could potentially look at for senior evals. At linebacker, they have Atkinson and Kosiak Pala. That is a great duo, but they need at least one more body. They're going to keep trying with Braden Rouse. I'm pretty sure the ship has sailed with Xavier Griffin. I know that him and Atkinson never wanted to go to the same program because pretty much since the cycle started, they've been ranked in 1 and 2 linebacker in the country and still are. Talano Ely, that one isn't happening. So I'd say for linebacker, names to know: Braden Rouse, maybe Tyson Ijiawoko if he puts together a good enough senior year coming off his injury. But, I mean, even then, not sure. And then after that, it's, hey, senior eval, or they're going to flip someone that hasn't been on the radar in a long time, or else I'd be saying their name now. And then in the secondary at corner, I think they're full. Hayward Howard Jr., Samari Matthews, great duo. At safety / nickel, they have Miami Riley. Personally think he's going to settle in as a nickel long-term at Texas. I think he can play safety, but I think, they'll if he's on the field, he helps the defense more as a nickel than a safety. That's what I'll say. So Devon Benjamin is still, an uncommitted target, still on the board. The only thing is he's down to Texas, Oregon, Michigan, and we heavily expect him to end up at Oregon. He is committing early August. I think August 2nd or 3rd is his date. And that one is currently expected to be the Ducks. So Texas is probably going to have to do some senior evals. I highly doubt they look at him again. Man, would I love sorry, I just got an absolutely hilarious text. Man, would I love Jason Bradford, them to take a look at him. TCU's taking him as a safety, kid out of Temple. Would also help with Jermaine Carlton. And, always good to keep those inroads up there in the 254 at Temple. So, yeah, and then I guess a receiver. It's kind of interesting. It's hard to get anyone in Texas to be like, yeah, we're still looking for a third receiver outside of, Chris Stewart and Cohen Brown and, Jermaine as an athlete take. But I mean, I don't know. It's right now. It seems like they're cool with taking those three and being done. But I do think that depending on if certain players do well enough as seniors, they'll look to flip them. Jalen Lott, that number from Oregon isn't changing anytime soon. They'll probably stay on him. I think it's too late to course correct to Jordan Clay, and that was 1,000% a mistake to stop recruiting him. Caden Finley, the way him and his family operated the whole recruiting process, I'm fully expecting him to sign with Notre Dame, but, I mean, I'm sure Texas will try. And then Jaden Warren, who just committed to Houston. If he goes nuclear as a senior, I think they could take a look at him. So it'll probably come down to a senior eval or like some dominoes falling in a flip, just making too much sense at receiver. Maybe Jabari Mack, who knows? But that's kind of the lay of the land. And then running back, it's kind of Derek Cooper, a bust at this point, and then tight end, they missed on everyone like we expected them to, and now Keawe Brown is kind of just there. Still not sure if they want to take him or what, but still uncommitted for what it's worth.
CB said that, Dia hinted at one more commit yesterday. As Jordan just said, Texas feels very confident about Derek Cooper, and with him having, a commitment date set of Saturday, we'd expect that, this is the one that Dia was referencing as one that he's helped out with a lot as a Florida guy. They're in, been to a lot of the same events as of late. And D is probably part of the reason why, even when he wasn't trending that way, Derek Cooper's rocking the burnt orange. So that would be the one that I was I would expect he's referencing.
Yeah, that's my expectation too. Fun fact: American Heritage and Chaminade Madonna, the two schools Dia Bell and Derek Cooper attends, 20 minutes away from each other. So that's who we assume he's referencing.
We had this one. What happened with the Jamarian Vincent recruitment? Seemed like he was a lock for a long time. This is one that I actually got to cover on the other side, as he committed to Baylor about 2 or 3 days before I moved to Horns 24/7. Baylor had seen him as the top defensive back on their board for as long as they had been recruiting 2026 athletes. He played a bunch of quarterback, at Connolly, but they had always seen him as a DB, and went full court press the entire time. And after, if you remember, London Smith committed Baylor in late January. And the plan was for those two guys to always, join the class around the same time. If that had happened in April or May or June, I think Texas would have had a better chance and obviously had a few more months to put their pitch in. But Baylor really never looked back after, earning his commitment. And I think Texas didn't either. There were a couple schools that, had talked to him since that commitment, but none in the SEC, and really no big programs. So Texas did not show, as I said, didn't show interest after he committed to Baylor. And, it's not someone that we consider a flip target at all.
Yeah, I thought potentially he's a guy that Dwayne Aquina in Texas would want to circle back on, but I mean, they're pretty full at corner. But I mean, dude, he checks like the guys that Aquina was recruiting out of high school in his first stint at Texas, Michael Griffin, Michael Huff, name whoever. Large majority of those guys were high school running backs or quarterbacks or receivers or just athletes that ran really good track times and were, great functional athletes. And then he turned them into DBs. I think that Jamarian Vincent is very similar to that. So for a long time, I thought that, hey, maybe they'll circle back, but still hasn't happened yet. And from what I've heard from people up there, he seems pretty damn locked in with the Bears. So, David Keith Williams, they definitely hate Texas. Georgia does. And I think it goes both ways. And I don't know. Jake Rule, you might not think he's athletic enough, but Texas does. And I don't know. That one's interesting. I'm with you, though. I think the other guys on the board, I'd prefer them over Cruel, but he's still a great player, great prospect, and a top 100 prospect out of IMG Academy. So, David Keith Williams said, I think at this point, Texas needs to focus on 2027 receivers, and they have to psyop the 2025 receivers. They got to be patient, remain in the program. All 4 of the 2025 receivers could be difference makers at Texas. That is true. That is very true. 2027, it's an interesting group. There's no, like, I think, clear alpha dog. There's no 5-star in state, but there's several, like, really good options in, like, the 4-star range. Like, I love Trey Moore out of Weiss, 6'4", 200 pounds, or 6'3", about. Needs to get bigger, or needs to get, faster, more explosive off the line. But, I mean, he's been working on it. I'm not worried about it. Alvin Mosley, 4-star receiver out of Fort Bend Crawford, new school down there in that kind of Ridge Point, Hightower area. That's the two schools that Crawford relieved crowding from when it opened. And he also is a D1 basketball player. He's several basketball offers as well. 6'2", 185, like 10.5-inch hands, and a grown-ass man. Grown-ass man. Like it. I always want to be very careful when I compare people to this guy because he's a horrible human being. And I'm just talking about the football player. Get similar Alvin Mosley vibes to like Quay Davis. And again, Quay Davis is a horrible human being, but man, his junior year highlights, his high school, the things he did at Skyline, I will never forget. And I get similar vibes with Mosley. It's just a super, super physical receiver that's a grown-ass man playing against a bunch of little kids almost. And then the other 4-star, Julian Caldwell out of Argyle, grew up in an orange house, grew up with season tickets to Texas games, still has a bunch of Texas gear. And they were battling Oregon and LSU for him. Long stride kid. He averaged over 20 yards per reception for Argyle. He was their main weapon, and I mean, mostly running deep damn near every play. And similar body type to Khalid Lockett. Not quite the same player, but similar, like super, super long stride. And then there's also like other good 3-star options like Jeremiah Douglas out of Crandall. I like his game a lot. Aiden Starling even out of Shadow Creek. And I think there's one or two other in-state receivers they've offered as well. Trent Yancey as well, but they're not recruiting him. So, yeah, it is a pretty damn solid class. And I would expect them to look at like Easton Royal or some other out-of-state 27 receivers to be like the guy of the class, if that makes sense. But yeah, so I don't know. Oh, I thought that said Sark apologized.
No, thank you, did. I just saw that as well. I went up there and said that he apologizes for the audio mix-up yesterday.
You wanna see something crazy?
Go for it.
UNLV with an all-time, remember this guy roster?
Yeah, I'm glad you put this up.
I didn't even see this. I didn't know they had half these dudes. For those who are on audio only, Sheehan, don't know how to say his last name, but shout out to him.
Sheehan J. That was a butcher.
Got it. But had a great story on Texas Tech and their whole operation a few weeks ago. He writes for us at CBS Sports, who owns 24/7 Sports. So if you ever got time and want to know more about what's going on in Tech, I'm pretty sure he has a story pinned in his Twitter bio. But anyways, he tweeted, UNLV is an incredible remember some guys roster. Alex Orji, former Michigan quarterback, former Saxy quarterback, used to be throwing piss missiles to Khalid Lockett, fun fact. Anthony Calandria, I have no idea who that is. But JoJo Earl, we know that name. Why? Former Texas commit. You know who else is formerly Longhorn? The guy next to him, Troy O'Meara.
Jordan Bart. Sorry, one second. Anthony Calandria was the starter at Virginia the last 2 years.
At QB?
At QB.
Damn, so is Orji like playing running back finally? Or?
I believe it's still a battle. I think Orji's supposed to win, though.
God. Damn, I mean, I didn't watch any Virginia football the last 2 years, but do you know how bad you have to be to get beat out by Alex Orji?
Calandria was not that great, but neither was Orji.
But Orji was so bad they weren't even starting him last year, and like Michigan basically had forward passing turned off, and they still weren't starting him. But they got two, former Longhorns. Earl, I guess not really since he decommitted, and then O'Meara. Varkey's Gums, if I'm not mistaken, was a tight end out of Decaney that went to like Arkansas originally, and then I think transferred to UNT, something like that. Tunmisha Adelaide, that one is a blast from the past. I know Will remembers.
Yeah.
I do. Katie Tompkins, what's their mascot?
Tigers. No, they're the Falcons, I think. But yeah, he was at A&M, and then he was at Michigan State, and then he was almost at Nebraska, or that was when he chose Michigan State over Nebraska, and then he went to Texas State. Now, back at, I guess, a little bit more relevant to UNLV. So good on him.
Heard he might have gotten pushed out of the Texas State program. Not like because he's not good enough, but because of other things.
Yeah,
which
that has always been the issue with him.
Yeah, I think had a little stint at IMG Academy as well at some point. But man, it's wild to think that him and Jalen Milroe were on the same team.
Yeah,
polar opposites. Denver Harris, we all know who that is. Shout out him. I forget what he says in that parking garage video, but one of the funnier ones. And CB, I see you asking. Denver Harris started his career at A&M, spent a year there, transferred after 1 year to LSU, spent 1 season there, transferred to UTSA, where he played last year, and he's now a UNLV Rebel. Justin Flo started at Oregon, I think was the #1 linebacker in the country out of high school, and then transferred to Arizona. He's now at UNLV. And then Emeka Megwa.
I'm not sure of this one.
I'm pretty sure this is a kid who went to the other. Why am I blanking on the name? It's a private.
He went to Washington.
No. But he went to
Timber Creek and Kellner. Yes.
No, he was at another school before that.
Oh, he went to Timber Creek. Yeah, that's where he went. I've got his profile pulled up.
They're blue. I literally drive past the school like once a month. It's in Fort Worth, kind of. It's where Kewan Lacey went before transferring to Lancaster.
Anyways.
Hold up. I'm pissed about this. Let me find this. So Sergio Snyder was another one of their kids that went there. Nolan Catholic. That's what it is.
Nolan Catholic. Okay. Well,
yeah.
Finished at Timber Creek.
Yeah. So they got that whole group. They also have, you didn't see the comment that was in there, Jake Pope.
Jake Pope, that's right. Georgia and Bama of white boy status. I'll say that.
Yeah, he was the kid who Kirby Smart called an idiot for hugging. And he got sentenced to UNLV and Dan Mullen as his punishment.
Not a bad punishment. They're going to have a good year. I'm telling you, Jordan. They're going to have a great year. Regardless of who they've got at quarterback.
Man, can you imagine going from Brennan Marion to Dan Mullen calling the shots?
It's a big change.
Yeah. Bobby Taylor, fun fact. A&M tried to push Bobby Taylor out of the portal. He posted he was going in the portal and then tweeted he wasn't his decision, or he put that on his Instagram story. And then like the next day it was announced that he'd withdrawn his name from the portal and was going to A&M. And then later that week it was announced he medically retired from football. So I think he's just a regular student at A&M. He might be helping with recruiting.
Yeah. Man, he was a great recruiter for them in that 22 class. He really helped put a lot of that together.
Yeah.
And was a phenomenal player at Katy. So, that's just thought that was unfortunate for the last couple of years, but for him to have to retire after a year, I'm not saying he would have, really turned out to be a major impact player, but someone that definitely should have gotten 4 years.
Yeah. Damn, I can't find his Twitter. Yeah, it's nuts to look back on that 2022 A&M class. And yeah, man, Brennan Marion has Jaden Rashada throwing passes to Ajay Hall this year.
Ajay Hall, really? Still playing?
Yeah, he's a Sac State Hornet or Jacket.
How about it? Had no idea.
Yeah, they got
I think it's Hornet. I think you're right.
UNLV and Sac State are like the team of misfit toys. Like
Sac State a little bit more misfit, about as misfitty as you can get. But yes, UNLV definitely is too.
I mean, yeah, that list of names is a misfit toys.
Just saying misfits in terms of, not a fit on other teams either is probably where the Sac State guys are. I think, UNLV, you've got some remember these names, but you might have to remember a couple of those names because they'll probably step up in big ways for them. Sac State will forever be an FCS team. They're never going to make this jump.
Will, I'm going to ask you a question with our 2 minutes remaining. No way. Is this legit?
Yes. Yeah. He is.
Do you know what he's talking about sea walking?
Yes, I do. And I saw the video.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
I don't know if you were joking, TV, but I've seen a video. I don't know if it was a few Sacramento State players, as you're aware, they have the culture over there.
We're not talking about the same video. The video I'm talking about, Texas is at Oklahoma State in 2022. Yeah, 2022. It was the game that, if I'm not mistaken, it was reported like Quinn's fingers got shut in a door or something. I mean, he played like shit. And they kept throwing deep balls to Worthy, and it just didn't work. It was a horrendous game to watch. Texas played like shit. And in I think it was the second half, Savion Red had messed something up on special teams, or he was in the game. It was something. And, wow, I didn't know that. The camera cuts to the sideline, and it's Brennan Marion and him yelling at each other. And Savion just starts throwing C's at Brennan Marion. And, I mean, you can read his lips. So, after that, Savion Red wasn't posted on social media by the Texas football program or anyone for quite some time. That's usually what they do in incidents like that. But, yeah, that, I believe, is what CB was referencing here. But, hey, maybe there's something else. He was at Nevada last year.
That's right, with
Jeff Choate. And Chris Ross was there, but he went in the portal. I wonder where he's at now.
You had a question for me.
Yes. Wanted to ask you, without saying Jermaine Bishop, because that's cheating, tell me your favorite prospect in the Texas 2026 class. Can be your favorite prospect for whatever reason. You like the way he wears his shoes. You like his game. You like how he fits at Texas. It doesn't matter. Who's your favorite?
I think the easy answer for me is Diabell, but I'm not going to choose him. I do think that Diabell has kind of cemented himself as a top 2 quarterback in this class. And I think he provides all the tools to be, a Heisman level player once it's time for him to play. If I'm not going to take him, then I'll take Samari Matthews. I haven't been shy to show my love for him in the last few months, and especially in the last week since he's been committed to Texas. But I just think he's got the perfect size and great agility, great speed, and one of the better coverage players in the country, and someone that a cornerback the Texas really needed to hit on, even if they didn't feel that. So I think he's one of the more valuable players in this class.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, man. I pulled up the commit list just to look at the 3 stars. I love this group. And I know it's the bottom of the class, but Kosiak Pollock, Chris Stewart, Hayward Howard, Max Wright, Nick Robertson, Cohen Brown, and Miami Riley. If you're going to take 7 3 stars, those are a pretty damn good mix to play or, to have. So I'll go with Miami. He wanted that Texas offer for so long. It literally took an entire village of people begging and pleading the Texas staff for several years to make it happen. And they finally did it, so we can't complain. But very happy for that kid. Proud of him. And I also think, in the NIL era, you still have to sign multiple players a year who will die on that field for the burn orange or for the program, whatever you want to call it. Miami's one of those kids. Miami's one of those kids that makes everyone around him better. He talks a bunch of shit in the game, but in practice and all these other things, the way he handles himself, he's a pro's pro, and he always has been. This is a kid who literally got a job at Whataburger so he could train as a 14-year-old. Truly getting it out the mud, and just a great story, great player, and I think he's getting overlooked because he's the lowest ranked player in the class that isn't a specialist. But, hey, 3-4 years from now, Jonah Williams has moved on. The hype has died down around Zealous Hicks and, I don't know, the safety group is whatnot. He can be a Michael Taff, a consistent impact starter rotational player for 3-4 years and can play 5 years in Austin because, I think he does have a shot at NFL future, but on the hoof, the testing did all that. He has to play his way into being an NFL draft pick in a similar way that Michael Taff does or did. So, because, he had a day 2, day 3 grade. He would have been selected last April. But anyways, we're going to get out of here. Mikey, you can say his last name.
Dukakis, yes.
Big fans of him over here. One of his former coaches at Prosper told me he's the Captain America of punters. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, he reads his Bible every day. So like 3 days later, whenever Clemson came in, that one was very close to being Clemson, but it wasn't. Jeff Banks got it done. But up next, our friends at SEC Unfiltered give their recap from day 2 of SEC Media Days in Atlanta. And then at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay should be back on the live stream. It says Facebook is down right now, so YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. And, hey, we'll see y'all tomorrow. You have a great one, and peace.